Sejam muito bem-vindos à conferência sobre a economia digital, a inteligência artificial e o futuro da economia, e que abordará a arbitragem como meio ideal de resolução de litígios nas novas tecnologias. Este é um evento organizado pela Blockchain Arbitration and Commerce Society, com o apoio do Centro de Arbitragem Comercial. Para dar início à conferência, chamamos ao palco o Dr. Manuel Pereira Barrocas, advogado e árbitro internacional, membro do painel de árbitros do BECS IT, que é o Tribunal Arbitral de BACS. É o autor de várias obras e artigos sobre temas jurídicos, nomeadamente sobre arbitragem. Tem lecionado Direito Arbitral em universidades portuguesas.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Eu permitir-me-ia pedir, se pudessem chegar um pouco para a frente, ficamos mais concentrados, talvez fosse mais interessante. Por favor. Muito bem-vindos a todos, os melhores votos de uma boa conferência, que ela seja proveitosa. Eu hoje estou com a garganta um pouco afetada, mas espero que se possa ouvir bem. Começo por agradecer ao Centro de Arbitragem Comercial, na pessoa do professor Rui Pinto Arte, aqui presente. Quero agradecer também à professora Mariana França Gouveia, presidente da direção. Ela não está presente por impossibilidade profissional. Quero agradecer também ao Sr. Dr. José Castro e Sola todo o apoio que deu, à doutora Márcia Souza, pelo seu trabalho muito competente e pontual. Não posso deixar de agradecer também à Câmara de Comércio e Indústria Portuguesa pela cedência das instalações e também por nos acolher na tarde de hoje. Um cumprimento especial para a BACS e para o seu presidente, Ignacio Ferrer Bonsoms, um especialista nesta matéria, e igualmente para os speakers, para os palestrantes nesta conferência, o Íñigo Coelho de Portugal e David Llorente, aqui presentes. Quero dar uma explicação prévia para a minha introdução. Não vou desenvolver muito sobre a matéria, porque há aqui grandes especialistas que o irão fazer, mas, na verdade, esta matéria gera uma grande curiosidade, mas não é garantido que o conhecimento da matéria, até, não digo em detalhe, mas até mesmo nos conceitos mais básicos, não está de uma forma genérica garantido. Por isso, por forma a evitar alguma confusão de conceitos e de entendimento no que se vai falar depois com pessoas que vão mais profundamente tratar do assunto, entendemos, e eu entendi, que caberia uma pequena introdução do tema. Do que vamos falar nesta conferência é da economia digital sob a modalidade do blockchain. Economias digitais pode haver outras, várias, mas vamos falar sobre aquela que utiliza a tecnologia blockchain. Ora, qual é a origem do tema? Por que é que ele surge? Por que é que ele hoje é tão praticado e considerado tão importante? Isto deve-se a um senhor que dá pelo nome de Satoshi Nakamoto, Perdão, estão a pedir para eu mudar e com razão. Aí é. Ok. Tá bom. Tá, obrigado. Satoshi Nakamoto, que era ou é um programador informático cuja identidade é desconhecida. Não se sabe mesmo se ele corresponde, em termos de nacionalidade, àquilo que o nome sugere, porque não se conhece. Não se sabe quem foi, quem é. Só se sabe que publicou estes escritos em 1997 e no qual manifestou a intenção de definir um novo regime pelo qual seria a economia em geral, chamada economia real, chamemos-lhe assim, seria ordenada e praticada a partir destes novos conceitos. Ele justificou esta sua ideia com o facto de esta nova tecnologia poder tornar mais simples a prática da economia e também mais económica, mais não tão onerosa, porque designadamente poderia dispensar um número grande de custos e inclusivamente de pessoas envolvidas em instituições que encareceriam demonstradamente quer o produto, quer os serviços que pudessem ser prestados. Ora, como é que ele concebeu esta nova tecnologia? Através de um conceito central que se chama blockchain. O blockchain não é mais nem menos do que um programa informático. Aliás, do que vamos falar tem tudo a ver com programas informáticos, e um programa informático no qual se registram factos e incidências relativas à existência do bem que lhe é introduzido segundo um código que se denomina Código do Blockchain, ou seja, o estatuto base do que é o blockchain, porque é que foi criado, para que existe e quais são os requisitos essenciais. Ora, o blockchain é basicamente um livro-razão, um ledger, como se diz em língua inglesa, no qual se registram os factos, as modificações, enfim, o ciclo de vida do bem em questão. E que bens de que estamos a falar? De produtos, portanto, que são gerados pela economia e distribuídos pelas cadeias comerciais. Estamos a falar de serviços, nomeadamente de alguns dos que estão aqui, que será a advocacia ou outra profissão qualquer, e também de produtos, serviços e, peço desculpa, e pronto, enfim. Portanto, do que se trata é efetivamente destes bens. Não faltam, como é evidente, meios ou valores de referência a que na economia real se chama moeda. São valores de referência que, comparativamente com o valor das coisas, lhes dá um sentido digitalmente definido e transacionável ou utilizável na transação desses bens. Ora, por isso foram criadas moedas, a primeira das quais o Bitcoin, que toda a gente conhece, também pelo Sr. Nakamoto. O Bitcoin, como todas as moedas desta natureza, são também programas informáticos que se introduzem dentro do programa informático que é o blockchain. Um blockchain pode ser um ciclo de programas informáticos que se interligam, que trabalham em conjunto e, portanto, é sempre dentro deste conceito da existência de programas informáticos que é organizada e trabalha esta nova tecnologia. São vários, além da moeda, também agentes virtuais atuantes. Desde logo, uma instituição, enfim, da economia virtual que se chama DAO, ou seja, Decentralized Autonomous Organization, que, localizada num blockchain, opera virtualmente uma atividade, embora similar à de uma sociedade comercial na economia real, pertence, todavia, ao mundo digital, centralizadas, todavia, de conselhos de administração e também de entidades de soberania ou reguladoras da economia real, como seja o Estado e as suas agências, enfim, e outros interventores. São geridas em conformidade com smart contracts registados no blockchain. Fintechs, que toda a gente já conhece também, hoje em dia é muito generalizada esta.
É isso aqui que estão a fazer.
Ok, está bom.
É este aqui, certo?
Sim. Não, era o anterior. Sim, sim. Portanto, fintechs são empresas da economia real que prestam serviços financeiros resultantes, nomeadamente, do uso e da aplicação da inteligência artificial e geradores de novos modelos económicos e de produtos financeiros em concorrência com instituições financeiras tradicionais. Smart contracts, de que já falei, são contratos digitais, é outra instituição atuante, digamos, no mundo da economia blockchain. Contratos digitais entre pessoas individuais ou coletivas que, mediante códigos, utilizam e automatizam em ambiente digital a celebração de contratos, a sua execução, o seu cumprimento ou incumprimento, atuam por si próprios, são self-executing, verificados os códigos respectivos e sem a utilização de terceiras pessoas. Tudo o que estamos a falar, estamos no domínio da criptografia, ou seja, da utilização de algoritmos e de chaves de acesso. Portanto, a economia digital, toda a tecnologia blockchain assenta muito na criptografia e, portanto, na inteligência artificial. Há palestrantes aqui mais versados do que eu nesta matéria que mais tarde desenvolverão este tema. Outro aspecto importante a considerar na caracterização da economia pela metodologia ou pela tecnologia blockchain é a sua caracterização autónoma e descentralizada. Ou seja, enquanto a economia real é verticalizada, portanto, desde a autoridade soberana, que é o Estado, e todas as suas agências e instituições que executam atos administrativos e atos de prática de funções governativas, até outras instituições, mesmo de natureza privada, bancos, instituições financeiras, corretores, enfim, o que seja, e tudo isso na economia real é feito de uma forma centralizada e vertical, enquanto numa economia como a que estamos a tratar, digital, blockchain, é horizontal e descentralizada, autónoma, funciona por si própria e não está dependente, enfim, poderá estar dependente na introdução dos dados, na criação de um blockchain, na introdução dos dados, desde logo o próprio código do blockchain e tudo o que nele se introduza. Isso vem de pessoas como nós e, portanto, um blockchain é apenas um programa informático extremamente útil, mas não deixa de ser uma criação do homem e existe para o homem. De uma forma muito mais simples, uma forma muito mais fácil e económica de organizar a economia e de exercer, sem a burocracia e os custos que ela importa, e por isso toda a importância do blockchain reside basicamente nisto. Uma nova metodologia, uma nova tecnologia que simplifica e facilita a vida humana. Ora, senhor, faz favor. Eu tenho que ter aqui, que é sempre clássico, esta luta contra os slides e a mudança dos slides.
Pode ver como se quiser.
Não é este, não é?
O assento também.
Aqui, não é?
Eu de baixo.
Está bem.
Isso.
Ok, está bem.
E de cima faça efeito.
Tá, obrigado.
Meio, no caso. Isso.
Muito bem. Muito bem. Portanto, visto este aspecto da situação autónoma e descentralizada horizontal do blockchain, é fundamental perguntar como ligar a economia real à economia digital. Isso é feito através de dois conceitos. O token, que é nem mais nem menos do que a representação digital de um bem da economia real que se pretende introduzir na economia com a utilização da metodologia ou da tecnologia blockchain, mas para isso é preciso dar primeiro ao bem, suponhamos este microfone, pode perfeitamente dar-se-lhe um tratamento digitalizado, que é um token, para depois ser introduzido no blockchain. Ou seja, através daquilo que se chama a tokenização de um bem, de um asset, no ambiente digital. Blockchain. Pela enumeração das espécies de tokens, pode-se dar uma ideia geral, embora, de como isto funciona. Existem várias modalidades de token, porque são caracterizados, desde logo, dessa forma, para poderem facilitar a introdução desse tipo de produto ou serviço ou direito, era a palavra que me faltava há pouco, ou direito, no blockchain e, a partir daí, registar todos os factos e incidências relativos à sua vida, digamos, a sua constituição, a sua oneração, a sua transmissão, a sua extinção, o que quer que seja. Tudo é registado no blockchain, num registro que se chama ledger, em língua inglesa, e que é uma espécie de livre-razão sobre tudo o que tem a ver com o que se trata, de que trata e como trata o blockchain. Ora, e as espécies são utility token, usamos expressões inglesas que é mais fácil, que são assim que se tornaram conhecidas, que é aplicado sobretudo à introdução e depois dentro do blockchain a sua atividade comercial, o que for, normalmente é dessa natureza, que se aplica aos bens de consumo e à prestação de serviços, aquilo que temos estado a falar. Há também non-fungible token, ou seja, que se aplicam a obras de arte e obras raras, por contraposição a fungible token, que é tudo mais que é consumível e que não tem natureza infungível. Security token respeita a equity, a loans, a debts, real estate, etc., que facilitam a aquisição e o pagamento de bens dessa natureza. Stablecoins, não sendo propriamente um token, é uma tecnologia, uma técnica destinada a fortalecer as moedas digitais que existam. Esta estabilização de moedas que são, como se já foi referido, o Bitcoin, mas há outras, Ethereum, o Monero e outras, muitas. Ora, para, digamos, tornar mais estável e garantida a convertibilidade ou a aplicação destes elementos de referência e de troca que são as moedas, entendeu-se para poder fortalecer a aceitação das moedas no mercado, estabilizá-las através de um sistema de crawling peg, ou seja, de laço, de link entre as moedas de estabilização, que normalmente são o dólar, o euro, o franco suíço, o ouro, etc., que fortalecendo o valor da moeda digital, a tornam mais aceitável. Ora, acontece que alguns, recentemente, nomeadamente um professor da Universidade de Toulouse, o professor Jean Tirole, que foi Prémio Nobel de Economia em 2024, disse, muito embora ele não ponha em causa e apoie a economia digital Bitcoin, disse que um dia os governos, e é sempre o problema dos governos e da regulação, ou do controle, ou da supervisão, que um dia os governos podem ter de intervir nas stablecoins para assegurar os interesses, os direitos dos cidadãos e exigir grandes operações de resgate. Ora, isto não significa que deverá ser necessariamente assim, mas, enfim, isso também é próprio de todas as economias. Há momentos e situações em que as coisas valorizam ou desvalorizam. Mas pronto, enfim, de qualquer modo, como as moedas virtuais, as moedas de que estamos a tratar, têm uma estrutura de suporte diferente e de sustentabilidade diferente das moedas reais, da economia real, ainda pode ser preciso, para melhor aceitação dessas moedas, que tenham um valor reforçado pelo PEG, pela ligação a outros valores de referência. Enfim, para tornar as coisas mais abreviadas, já começamos tarde e não há tempo a perder. Devo dizer ainda, além das utilizações que eu fiz há pouco a enumeração de alguns tokens, que a utilização na tecnologia blockchain pode ir ao ponto de se programar a intervenção da tecnologia blockchain na vida social e na vida individual das pessoas. Chama-se isto tecnologia metaverse, que pode indicar ao titular do metaverse em que dias é que terá reuniões com amigos, em que dias tem concertos marcados para assistir, quais as refeições que quer servir aos amigos em jantares posteriormente, enfim, comprar roupa, tudo isso pode ser dado pela tecnologia do blockchain. Recentemente começaram a aparecer outras aplicações do blockchain curiosas, mas perfeitamente aceitáveis e compreensíveis, que é a guarda, a conservação de dados confidenciais de empresas por exemplo, regras sobre a produção, enfim, códigos e fórmulas relativas à produção de bens ou à sua comercialização, que são guardadas num blockchain porque ele é inviolável. Os dados que lhe são introduzidos não podem ser alterados, não se extinguem, são inextinguíveis e, portanto, só o titular do network em que o blockchain se introduz ou do próprio blockchain pode ter acesso ao seu conteúdo. E por isso, certamente, não há melhores sítios para guardar segredos de indústria ou de comércio que um blockchain devidamente salvaguardado. Para terminar, como eu há pouco dizia, vou dar 2 exemplos práticos que caracterizam a importância e o interesse de um blockchain. Imaginem uma sociedade comercial que quer aumentar o capital em milhões de euros e no mercado onde ela existe, o mercado de capitais, o mercado financeiro, não há assim tantos recursos para isso. Pode colocar no blockchain uma oferta de capital e um mercado que pode aderir, ter interesse e constituir, digamos, os interessados na aquisição de ações por essa via, o mundo inteiro, pura e simplesmente. Ou seja, até onde a internet chega, esses são os limites do mercado. E, portanto, qualquer pessoa em Hong Kong, Singapura, ou onde for, pode perfeitamente subscrever capital nesta sociedade que normalmente não sairia do seu pequeno país, se fosse o caso, e pouco mais do que isso. Ora, isto é a importância da economia digital através da tecnologia blockchain. Outro exemplo, uma empresa que produz um produto de consumo atrativo, quer, enfim, aumentar a sua produção e, com isso, ganhar em resultados económicos, financeiros, coloca esse produto num blockchain. E ele tem vocação universal porque não há restrições de países ou povos ou pessoas que o possam subscrever. Ora, esse produto pode ser adquirido no mundo inteiro, através da tecnologia blockchain. Isto seria suficiente para ficarmos elucidados acerca do que é o blockchain e da sua importância. Enfim, agora para terminar, vou referir-me como é que a criptoeconomia, que é tudo isto que estamos a falar também, a economia digital pelo blockchain, tem sido tratado na legislação e na prática governamental portuguesa. Pode-se dizer que muito pouco ou praticamente nada. Existem recomendações de cautelas de investimento em moedas virtuais. Também não é o único país que só faz isso, ou pouco mais, muitos outros. E nada, pouco mais do que isso. Todavia, a CMVM, que é a autoridade portuguesa que controla o mercado de capitais, o mercado de ações e de securities, considera que as moedas virtuais são securities, ao menos reconhecem-nas. O facto de, neste momento, estarmos a assistir à digitalização de moedas centrais, como o euro, o dólar, vai certamente deixar de diabolizar por muita gente ainda a economia digital e, designadamente, as moedas virtuais. Uma curiosidade ainda, em 2018 o governo português emitiu, para a aquisição de bens de interesse público, emitiu um token financeiro. E teve sucesso. Em conclusão, esta é, portanto, a economia digital blockchain, também se chama criptoeconomia, pode-se chamar muitas outras coisas, mas é disto que vamos ouvir falar nesta conferência. Vou dar a palavra agora ao Ignacio Ferrer Bonsoms, a quem agradeço muito a aceitação do convite que fiz para vir a Portugal e os outros palestrantes que aqui estarão presentes, são todos pessoas da mais alta carreira. Vou dar a palavra, não sem que a voz off o introduza, e, enfim, aguardem, e todos os outros palestrantes, porque eles são realmente muito bons, que não é o meu caso nesta matéria. Muito obrigado.
Vamos dar início à primeira intervenção, chamando ao palco Ignacio Ferrer Bonsoms, autor e especialista em direito digital, com forte enfoque em tecnologias disruptivas como blockchain, criptoativos e inteligência artificial. Formado em direito, dedicou grande parte do seu trabalho a explorar como os sistemas jurídicos podem evoluir para enfrentar os desafios do ambiente digital emergente. É fundador da PAX e autor de diversos artigos e ensaios sobre a transformação do direito na era digital.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la presentación. Gracias, Manuel. Gracias al Centro de Arbitraje Comercial y a la Cámara y Comercio e Industria Portuguesa por la celebración de este evento. I'm going to speak in English. My presentation is in Spanish. And I'm going to try to explain blockchain, crypto assets, and digital economy. And for me, the best way of explaining these realities, trying to explain the history of crypto assets. So it's a bit only 16 years, but happened a lot of things there. So, and there is a lot of information. So if you want to ask whatever you want, because it can be a bit complex sometimes, I don't mind if you ask whatever you consider. And I will be talking also about some blockchain statistics, what is happening now and how we are growing or not growing. If we have time, this is not, for me, not such important. The blockchain foundations, more or less, Manuel talked about it before very well, so we will see if we need to explain more about it. And then I'm going to try to explain what is blockchain arbitration and commerce society and its tribunal of arbitration that is BACSIT. So the beginning of everything was in 2009 with Bitcoin, and that is the first crypto asset. The white paper was published the 31st of October 2008. The white paper is just 9 pages with what's Bitcoin, more or less. It's not very easy to read, but I recommend you to read it. It's on the internet, it's available for everyone. And the first block, so properly, Bitcoin started the 3rd of January of 2009 because the first block was created by Satoshi Nakamoto. And he wrote in that block this headline of the Times, "The Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks." So it was the crisis of banks, Lehman Brothers, and so on. So why he wrote this? It's because he belonged to a movement that is the cyberpunks. So this is a movement that was, I think it was more or less centered in San Francisco. It was a worldwide movement, but if I put a city where Satoshi Nakamoto could live, I think it was San Francisco, or at least they were having meetings there. And these guys, David, Tom, Wei Dai, Nick Szabo, and Hal Finney were part of this movement of cyberpunks. They wanted a digital life without banks and promoting liberty, individual liberty, and privacy. More information, a Cyberpunk Manifesto 1993, if you want to read it, but more or less this is the essence, the privacy. So the vision of Bitcoin at first is a movement of going against the status quo, or at least against the financial institutions and so on. But I will prove later, as as a matter of fact, that this was the beginning, but it's not the end. I think the end is the opposite right away. So now we are in a more converge of two worlds. So this vision of war is incorrect, I think. So from these people that is there, the most important guy is Nick Szabo. He is the creator of smart contracts, and I will talk about him later with Ethereum. And he created BitGold, and BitGold is the pre-Bitcoin. So it was not Bitcoin, of course, because it was a centralized platform, but Bitcoin is decentralized. And I wonder if perhaps Nick Szabo can explain more who Satoshi Nakamoto is, because he was very close to Bitcoin. So he said, of course, that he's not Satoshi, but he's very important. So Bitcoin works in a decentralized way. So it means that if you become miners of Bitcoin, you are supporting the system. So you are part of a decentralized central bank. So instead of being one head, there are small heads that all of you are part of this. You are miners. Then you are supporting the system, you are closing blocks, and you are receiving Bitcoins. So at first, it was like that. But in 2010, a guy wrote in bitcointalk.org, he said, okay, can I pay with Bitcoin to pizzas? And someone said yes. So he paid to pizzas with 10,000 Bitcoin that now are millions. At that time were a bunch of dollars. So this was good because it was the first time Bitcoin was used as a money. Yes, as a medium of exchange is one of the three main functions of money. So what happened there? Okay, a concept of how to understand Bitcoin in comparison with other blockchains. Bitcoin is like a silly blockchain or a stupid blockchain because the only thing you can do, this is very surprised, but it's the reality. The only thing you can do is or mining Bitcoin, or sending Bitcoins, or receiving Bitcoins. That's it. You cannot do anything else. Later, we will see that with smart contracts, that is the Ethereum proposal, you can execute smart contracts. You can tokenize, as Manuel said before. You can create utility tokens. You can create security tokens. And Bitcoin proposal has been also very criticized by many crypto guys because it's a silly blockchain. But Bitcoin is very interesting because it's a deflationary coin. Why? Because the offer is deflationary. These are rules that are inside the blockchain. So for me, Bitcoin is a digital law because the rules are running on the internet. You cannot change the rules unless miners vote against or change the rules. So there is a democracy. And you cannot change the issue of Bitcoins that are going to be 20 million Bitcoins totally. So in 2014, it will be issued the last piece of Bitcoin, and we are not going to have more Bitcoins. These rules we cannot change them unless we vote, but we are going to vote what we are not going to change this because we are earning Bitcoins. If we change the system, then we lose our legal certainty. And this is very curious. We are talking about legality, and Bitcoin offers one thing that other coins cannot offer, that is legal certainty. You can issue more money with the states, but with Bitcoin, no. And Bitcoin holders, they know this. So that's why they hold Bitcoin. Many wallets, they just hold Bitcoin. And they don't change Bitcoin because it's like gold. And also there is another point of Bitcoin that the demand tend to be deflationary. And this happens because if you are a miner and you are supporting the system and you are receiving Bitcoins, you are going to receive half of the Bitcoins every 4 years. So you are spending money because there are expenses, electricity bill to pay because you are miners. But what you are receiving that is Bitcoin every 4 years is going to be reduced to half of it. That's why it's called halving. And halving has a very important economic effect. That is that the price of Bitcoin goes up. Why? Because we want, as miners, if we were miners, sooner or later we try to push the price up. So here are the figures. And studying Bitcoin just from one day to another is not the right perspective. The right perspective is from halving to halving. So in 2012, until 2012, miners received 50 Bitcoins, and the price was $12. The second halving happened in 2016, and the price was $650. So, and the price or what we received in Bitcoin was half of it. The third halving, Bitcoin went to $80,000, and the fourth halving, that was the last one, in 2024, April 2024, the Bitcoin price was $63,000. In 2028 will be the next halving. Let's see what's Bitcoin price at that time. So in general, Bitcoin price goes up a lot and then goes down, but always the price surpassed the last halving. And we are still waiting for 28 halvings. So if this continue this way, that is what I think, because I will explain later, but Bitcoin is like a digital gold on a new jurisdiction, that is internet jurisdiction. Do we need gold in the traditional jurisdiction? Yes. Do we need gold in the internet jurisdiction? Yes. Do we need many golds? No, we need only one. This is our gold on the internet jurisdiction, so I think it will go up, up, and up. This is my perception. Perhaps I am wrong, but those are the figures. And my question is, what do the people of 2014 will ask to us? For instance, they will perhaps, may they ask, do you know that Bitcoin in today, 2025, it was in $120,000 and people didn't buy it? Perhaps, because perhaps Bitcoin in 2114 is $10 million, $100 million. But this is the tendency, and this is a legal certainty and digital gold. And what I believe in Bitcoin because it's digital gold on a jurisdiction that is new, that needs gold, because we need gold. So more or less I explained this idea in my book, Bitcoin Digital Law, now in Portuguese, that's similar to Spanish, Ley Digital Bitcoin. And what I'm going to explain, that is more or less reflected there, is in this history of cryptocurrencies, that we started with Bitcoin, that's the first one, is a tool, we can regulate ourselves, but at the same time, there are other digital laws that they are trying to solve some problems. So that's why I understand, if we study the history of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, this is an effective jurisdiction that is internet, although for us it's a bit weird to talk about jurisdiction, but effects are produced there. You can create contracts, you can sell things, you can buy things, so it's effective. And even more, you can be in China, you cannot use Bitcoin, but you can take your Bitcoins, go to Dubai, and you can legalize them there. And you don't pay taxes. So now we can use the internet jurisdiction for our own benefit. So we don't depend to states as we used to depend before. And I think this is something really important and huge, because it's a tool that is there. It was not possible before. Okay, 2013. This blockchain is very interesting. That is Ripple, and its token is XRP. And why this blockchain is important? Properly, it's not a blockchain. It's a distributed ledger technology, because it's a company behind this blockchain. It's not decentralized, it's centralized. And the idea of these people were, okay, Bitcoin, you are a cyberpunk, but we want to create a new blockchain, and we want to use your technology for bugs. So the opposite you were trying to build. So the community, crypto community, were a bit astonished, because it was like a tough strike for them, because for me, why is important Ripple? Because blockchain technology is not for cypherpunks, it's for everyone. So you can, and it's free. So you can offer Bitcoin and you can use it or not. Or you can say, okay, thank you, Satoshi, I want to use Ripple. Why? Because it belongs to banks. Banks never lose, so I believe in XRP. So I'm going to bet on XRP instead of what you call gold. This is something one friend told me. He was against Bitcoin. Then once BlackRock entered into Bitcoin with the ETFs, he started to study Bitcoin, and his conclusion was, I'm going to bet on banks, so on Ripple. Well, what's the good thing of internet? You can choose your jurisdiction. You can choose your law in this jurisdiction, because we are not born on the internet jurisdiction. There is absolutely freedom, and for me, this blockchain was really interesting. It's really interesting. And some stories that happened with Bitcoin was that we know that you can buy and sell things like pizzas with Bitcoin, but this person that is called Russell Bridge, he started to promote Bitcoin in a deep market. So he was trying to sell whenever once they can buy and sell drugs, false documents, illicit products, weapons, or whatever. It was in the deep internet. And of course, this is illicit. Satoshi Nakamoto wrote, at that time he was writing publicly or messages or emails. And he, of course, was worried because Bitcoin was being used for illicit purposes. Is Bitcoin illicit? Not necessarily. Is the dollar illicit? Not necessarily. But you can use it on the wrong side. He was sentenced to life imprisonment and recently pardoned by Donald Trump. And another positive story, because we don't necessarily need to be sad, but Katie Hon, she was a federal prosecutor. She was asked to close Bitcoin at the beginning of Bitcoin. And so she said, okay, I'm going to study Bitcoin. She realized that you cannot close Bitcoin because it's a decentralized system. You cannot close it. You cannot hack it. It's very difficult. So she reached two conclusions. First one is easier to trace money from banks accounts and credit cards than in a blockchain. So when someone says, no, is better Bitcoin for illicit purposes, it's not correct. This is said by a federal prosecutor, not by me. And the second, she stepped down and she founded Hound Ventures. It's a fund that now is managing $1,500 in crypto assets. So what's my conclusion of this? If we study this technology, we can offer things to the new jurisdiction. Why? Because traditional people, they have training and formation. They know how to do things. So it's useful to learn and to offer things, new things. That's why, although everything started as a cypherpunk movement, the end is going to be the opposite. It's a mixture of both worlds. I think this is another interesting case. That is the Winklevoss and Bitcoin. They met Bitcoin in Ibiza. I don't know if it was a party, but someone introduced them to Bitcoin and they studied. If you don't know them, they are the ones of Facebook. They started Facebook with Zuckerberg, but they were out, but they are co-founders. And then they tried to buy 10% of Bitcoins at that time. They only could buy apparently 1%. And they created the first exchange, legal exchange. Another interesting thing. So they are traditional guys. They enter into this world. They realize this necessity. They create something that is legal because they created the exchange Gemini in New York City. And they said, okay, I don't know what are the rules here, governors, but I want to do this legally. So they did this legally. An exchange, now I can explain a little bit of what's an exchange. It's like a bank where you can buy and sell, you can buy and sell crypto assets using euros or dollars, and you can exchange crypto assets between them. The problem is the custody, because the custody of the assets in the end belongs to the exchange. It's a centralized company. It uses a book of orders. So it's very traditional in that way. So those risks are there. This Gemini is regulated, but others are not, and we will see what are the problems of using an exchange that is not regulated. So I recommend some books, by the way, if you want to study a bit more. So it's up to you. I found them really interesting, like Digital Gold, Kings of Crypto, the Bitcoin Standard, that is the Austrian School of Economics applied to Bitcoin. Very interesting. And Crypto that this last book was written by Christopher Giancarlo. That is the first person in the world to regulate Bitcoin. We will see later in 2015 as a commodity, not as a share or security. It was considered a commodity, like digital gold, similar to that. Very interesting view. So, okay, I said before, the risk of exchanges. In 2014, Mr. Gott, that had 70% of the global volume of Bitcoins, collapsed. It was established in Japan and the USA. Apparently, someone was hacking Bitcoins from the exchange. And it was really hard for everyone. It was the beginning, 2014. So what are the risks of an exchange? Liquidity problems. Sometimes it happened. When companies are working with crypto, imagine that you launch an ICO, you get crypto money, millions. In crypto, you have to change into fiat because you have to pay salaries in fiat money. You go to an exchange, okay, I want to change 1 million USDT, that is like dollars. I want to turn it into fiat money. The exchange can say, sorry, but your approval of AML and KYC is not correct. One case is you have to go to Indonesia and to make this process presently. Imagine. So, sorry, I'm not going to travel there, and I don't know if it can be also risky, because if someone knows that you have crypto, something can happen to you. So sometimes this is a problem, liquidity problems. Another problem is market manipulation, because if you have a lot of tokens or crypto assets, you can manipulate your own market. It was not been very well regulated by a state, so it happened. And also custody problems that, as I said before, with the sentence, not your keys, not your coins, that means that if you have the access to your wallet, no one, unless you can access to them. So you are the owner of your coins. So that's the spirit, that's really is the spirit of Bitcoin, and it's there. So it's very advisable if you want to hold, perhaps having or using a decentralized wallet where only you can get to your coins. And there is one other problem, that is conflict of interest, that happened with the FTX exchange collapse in 2022. That was also very terrible. That year was very terrible for industry, and it's called crypto winter. That was a really winter, crypto winter 2022. We will talk about it later. Then Manuel mentioned the stable coins, and the first one was Tether. It's not a decentralized stablecoin, is centralized, is issued by a company. So you pay them $1, they give you one crypto dollar. So from the perspective of the internet jurisdiction, gold is important, is Bitcoin. Okay. Dollar is important, is Tether. It's important, yes, because it's the main coin. So I am going to use, in the internet jurisdiction, I need dollars. Why I change one fiat dollar and I receive one crypto dollar, so they started to use it. So it's more or less is the third cryptocurrency in the market. They have more or less 4% of market cap, and this is it was the third in big industry in the market. The first one was miners, the second was exchanges, the third was stable coins. And there are a lot of stable coins. Even more, Donald Trump regulated a stable coin following these rules of the internet jurisdiction, but it was issued by the United States. A movement that for me is very interesting. because he's accepting the rules of the new jurisdiction. And this movement is so interesting that one Russian minister said that Donald Trump was trying to devaluate USA debt. I don't know if he will do that or not, but what I know is that he's exploring this new jurisdiction. If he can do that, why not? Doing the devaluation. If he wants to do that, I don't know if it's his purpose. But at least he's using this tool that is there. Okay. In 2015, it was the first regulation of Bitcoin as a commodity. As I mentioned before, the Commodity Futures and Trading Commission approved it with Christopher Giancarlo. So it's not a security. It's like, okay, it's a digital commodity like oil or gold or wheat. And it helped because it gave legal certainty to banks and funds, and they started to sell Bitcoin, futures of Bitcoin. If you want to share shares, that's what happened with BlackRock, with the ETFs, that's different. That's under the SIC because they are like shares supported by Bitcoin. That is different. This is purely Bitcoin. So Bitcoin is a commodity. I think it's a really good approach. There are some problems here because they say that Ethereum is also a commodity because it's decentralized. But there are others that are following Ethereum. They are copying, like Cardano, Solana, there are a lot. But they don't say it's a commodity. So for me, it's not very clear this second concept of commodity in these new blockchains like Ethereum, Solana, or Cardano. So Ethereum is the second most important blockchain. It started in 2013 with a white paper of Vitalik Buterin. He was born in Moscow, but he grew up in the USA. He was very surprised with Bitcoin, and he said, why instead of having a silly blockchain, introduce them in smart contracts? Because it's going to be an intelligent blockchain, so we could create things. Anyone could create their own token, for instance, because if you want to launch an ICO, like initial coin offering, you need to create your own blockchain. So he said, instead of creating new blockchains, you use mine. It was a very clever proposal. That's why the second crypto asset in the market with 20%. So far, 20% of the market that are Bitcoin, half of it, Ethereum, 20%, and Tether, 5%. So with these ideas, you more or less cover the whole crypto economy, or at least the main part of it. So we will study later, or I will mention later, that with this possibility of creating with the smart contracts things, the digital proposals increased a lot with its bubbles. So we will study it happened an eco boom in ICO boom, initial coin offering in 2017, the DeFi protocols that are decentralized finance in 2020, and the NFTs in 2021. So they were bubbles, but it's normal because it was the beginning. Right now it's not that way, but not so huge at that time. So the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum, in a sum, is that, for instance, as I said before, there will be only 20 million Bitcoins. Right now in the market, there are 120 million Ethers. Because Ether is not a deflationary token, it's a dApp. It's a protocol to create dApps. So it's not competing with Bitcoin. It's complementary. Okay, this more or less, for me, this is the essence, the difference between both. So if you enter into Ethereum and you want to create something, we can take a picture of ourselves here and launch it on a platform as an NFT. So we will use an ERC721. So you go there, you say, okay, I'm going to create with this standard a picture that I'm going to sell later. That's an NFT. Now I'm going to create a fungible token because I'm going to offer you a new possible business that is selling ham, Serrano ham from Spain, and I'm going to launch an ICO. We are in 2017, and you are going to pay me $10 million for this ICO. So I will give you tokens that are fungible tokens, and if the business is profitable, I will pay you back with the profits in the token. So in this case, we need an ERC20. So it was very simple to create ICOs, NFTs, or whatever. And the last one, IRC 1155, it's for gaming. So I'm going to create a game, and we're going to use this token. So because it was very easy, many projects started to appear. So the first boom was the ICOs in 2017. As I mentioned before, only with minimum good idea and a white paper, many people put money there. Like imagine $6,000 million. By the way, 90% of the ICOs were a disaster. It's curious. So there were very good projects, but also a lot of fraud and wrongdoings. So what happened, the regulator started to put their eyes on these ICOs. And they started to, at least the SIC started to say, okay, those tokens are not shares of a company. I didn't offer you a share of a company. I only offer you a token that is linked to the development of my business, but it's not a share of a company. So they say, we are not under your umbrella. But they apply the Howey test. If it's an investment, it's a common project, there is an expectancy of profits, and it depends on one person. It's a security. So those are the requirements of a security, at least with the SIC. Okay, right now the securities are regulated in Europe under, in Spain, Ley de Mercado de Valores, so traditional regulation of shares and stocks. It's a pity in some way, because you can use blockchain, but you cannot use the advantages of the blockchain in the end. It's very expensive. It was cheaper. That's why this was very interesting. And if you are launching a stable coin or a utility token, or you are offering some services, crypto asset services, you are under MiCA. And there are some other regulations for these other tokens. So in 2017, another interesting stable coin was DAI. Why is it interesting? Because it's a decentralized coin. It's not made by a company. You can create DAI because it's a peer-to-peer system. You can go with your tokens, imagine Ethereum, you put them in a vault with your wallet, then you create DAI, you put Ethereum as a collateral, you get DAI, and then if the price of Ethereum goes up, doesn't matter. If it goes down, you need to put more Ethereum, because if not, they solve the contract. But for me, it was very weird, because many people were creating DAI with this system. Why? Why do you put coins as a collateral to create a stable coin? I couldn't understand. One reason is security, perhaps, because it doesn't depend on Tether. You don't know what Tether is going to do with the dollars you are giving to them. The second reason was that they were trying to keep Tether, and they would try to use DAI, negotiating with DAI in other platforms. So Tether, it was like a bet. We know that Tether will go up, but instead of just holding it, we are going to get some revenue creating DAI. It was a good movement. In 2020, that I was studying these things, for me it was a bit surprise. But the idea of collateral is very interesting, because on the internet jurisdiction they accept collateral as a way of doing business in smart contracts. It's very interesting, because if there is any problem, they execute the smart contract, and that's it. What happened in this case? There is one date that is interesting, is the Black Thursday in 2020. Everything went down, plummeted very quickly, and went up very quickly. So many of the contracts were executed. So I had DAI, but suddenly I lost my contracts. So I lost my Ethereum, and I have to pay fee. So I paid I think it was 13% fees. So many people said, okay, I'm going to sue MakerDAO. That is a DAO. So they sue DAO, MakerDAO in New York, and I think the judge dismissed the case. But it's not a company, it's a DAO. And if you are in a DAO, you are accepting the rules of the DAO. So it's a bit complex. And perhaps these people needed backseat. That is what we want to offer, an effective legal system. They changed a little bit these rules. So in the case it happened in the future, there is a period of time where you can like put more money as a collateral. So these cats that you see in the backdrop are called CryptoKitties. And these CryptoKitties were the first NFTs that were sold on the Ethereum platform, and they had such a success that they collapsed Ethereum. So someone told me in 2017, hey, do you know that Ethereum has collapsed? I couldn't believe it. Yes, someone is selling cats, I don't know, apparently in Japan, and we cannot use Ethereum. And it happened. And this was like the first proof of the NFTs as a way of making business, I think. And then in 2017 and 2018 was Bitcoin at that time was very volatile. From $20,000, it went down to $3,500. So many critics said Bitcoin is volatile, it's going to die, and these kind of things. It was the crypto winter. Between halving and halving, in general, there is a crypto winter. Okay, 2018, we have been studying, I mentioned the centralized exchange, but in Ethereum, because you can create dApps, they created this decentralized exchange. Because it's peer-to-peer, you can provide liquidity. So you are not a company, I need a lot of liquidity because you are my users and you are going to buy and sell, for instance, Bitcoin. In this case, it's not that way. Look, you can be part of my liquidity pool. You put the tokens in this pool. For instance, in this example is Ethereum and USDT. You put them there and with your wallets, decentralized wallets, you leave them there. Is managed by smart contracts, and then you are liquidity providers, and I'm going to share the fees. If someone wants to change USDT with Ethereum, I will share the fees with you. It was very practical because for small sums, it was cheaper than a centralized exchange, and it ran very fast. So it was very quickly. So the first to do this was Uniswap. Okay, what are the problems here? The problems are that perhaps I make the ICO of Serrano Ham, you buy my tokens, and I said, okay, you can sell, don't worry, because you will be able to sell the tokens in Uniswap. I'm going to create a pool. I'm going to put USDT and Serrano Ham token. Okay, if there is liquidity, it's fine. But sometimes there isn't liquidity because it depends on peer-to-peer. No one wants to provide liquidity because we don't want to provide liquidity. It's not profitable. And I remember that I received a call from a friend, and he said, I got a friend that he got 1 million crypto asset and he's not able to sell it. Why? Because it was in Uniswap in a liquidity pool, but no one was giving liquidity. So in theory, he was rich, but in the end, he got nothing. I tried to explain this to him, but he said, no, the reality is not what you read, because you can read the token on the internet. The price is this one, but you have to see if there is a market. So some projects, they say, yes, it's in Uniswap. And they can say, okay, I give this token represents the profits of if you sell the profit of renting a flat. But if you want to sell it, you have to go to Uniswap. Sorry, I don't know if I will trust that business because I'm not sure that I will be able to convert that token in the future. Perhaps there will be no market. It's possible. So that's a risk. So what happened that many protocols started to copy Uniswap, like Aave, MakerDAO, Cure Finance. So they offer many DEX. And another idea they got, this is calling the farming and staking, was, okay, I am Uniswap. As I mentioned before here, if you are a liquidity provider, I'm going to give you fees. I will share my fees with you. But now I'm going to give you more things. I'm going to launch my protocol token that is Uni. The Uniswap token is Uni. So if you use my DEX, I will give you Unis to you. So you are like miners. So it's like Bitcoin, okay? I'm going to give you Unis. So you can earn money because you are a liquidity provider and because you are earning Unis. What happened that all the companies started to, or protocols, they started to do this, and the problem is inflation. You cannot sustain this, you need a good project. So it's not enough. Oh, sorry, I am going the wrong side. So, okay, but it was a trend at that time. And staking is just you put some tokens in a staking, and then I give you my token. So, but it's the same problem, similar. In Ethereum, if you want to be a miner, you have to stake Ethers. What are that is good, it can work or not, but for me it's not that risky. The problem was, from a legal perspective, for instance, the CNMV in Spain, CNMV, they say if you're launching something and you are giving your token, that can be security. It depends, they say, but it's possible because you are offering something. Okay, it's something that happened. Is there? It was a bubble, so right now it's not that as crazy as it was before. And so here are the bubbles of 2021 and 22, the DeFi bubbles that I mentioned before. So many protocols were offering tokens. Then the NFT in 2021 and 2022, an NFT was sold by 69 million USDs. And you can see here in the backdrop a Bored Ape Yacht Club. So they started to sell monkeys to rich people, and it was like a posh, and it was also, for me, it was clear that it was a bubble, but what's the value of the picture of a monkey? For me, nothing. And then what else? Axie Infinity, it was in the concept of play to earn. You play, you earn tokens. It was Axie Infinity was something incredible because the token, native token, was not very high. It went up to $300 for 0. And so they played a lot in the Philippines, and it was useful sometime until it burst. But it's curious. I think that we have to can learn from bubbles that there are some possible businesses that are there, but it needs to stabilize. So 2021 was very interesting because Elon Musk entered into scene with Tesla. And what I read is that he bought Bitcoin, he sold Bitcoin, and he earned more buying and selling Bitcoin than with Tesla, buying and selling cars. He entered after the third halving, so he was very clever when he entered in the market. And I think he was the first big person to use the halving. And I know this, or I understand this, because others were very critical with him, like Bill Gates, that he said, you should only buy Bitcoin if you are richer than Elon Musk. That for me is a stupidity. So Elon Musk was first to study this market, and he take advantage of it. And then BlackRock, he approved the ETFs after or just before the fourth halving, curiously, in April 2024. So they knew that the halving was coming, and they approved it there. So for me, it's clear that although Bitcoin started as a cyberpunk movement, more traditional money is entering in the market, and that's why, although we are in a all-time high, so in the highest price of Bitcoin, the market is very relaxed. There is not such a volatility that it was years ago. NFTs bubbles, IQ bubbles, gaming bubbles. 2022 was the biggest, worst year of cryptocurrencies. It was the collapse of one stablecoin, Terra Luna, in May 2022. It supposed the loss of $40 million, and also it was not well regulated. So I consider that this is a new way of ruling. If you regulate well, your project is good, like Bitcoin or Ethereum. If you don't regulate well, your protocol will be destroyed sooner or later. And then FTX was an exchange, and they didn't do the right thing, so they also collapsed, and they lost $8,000 million. So it was a pity, but this is how the market was. So in 2025 it's been the year 2024-2025 of regulation. Here we have MiCA in the European Union. It's good having regulation, but many companies, European companies, are leaving to other markets because MiCA is a bit hard to follow. So sometimes there is one question that I launch you, that is, what is better, security or trying to build security with innovation? That I think we should try that. That is what I think they are trying to do in the United States. So with the Donald Trump, in the last election, he changed the SIC president. So he started to be more flexible with cryptocurrencies. Ripple had a tough battle with SIC. They dismissed the case, for instance, recently. And they also made this stable coin that, for me, it's very intelligent movement, as I said before. And then they are going to approve more ETFs, not only of Bitcoin, but of Ethereum and other crypto assets. So I'm going to go faster, but these are some statistics. The users of crypto assets are growing each year. So more or less 4% of population, they are holding Bitcoin. So imagine if it grows a little bit, what is going to happen with the price? I wonder. There are also more wallets that are being used. So you can have your own wallet in an exchange, but you can use a decentralized wallet. So, and you can have many wallets. It's advisable having many wallets. And the market is also growing, not only of crypto assets, but of companies that they are using blockchains, or the blockchain technology. And this is the growth of just crypto assets. So the growth is 74.8% annually. I think mainly because of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is growing each year and is half of the market. And okay, I understand that this picture is positive. So we are not going down, we are going up. And I don't know if there is any other market that is growing this way. At the same time, there are a lot of challenges that we are facing with the scams, hacks, and so on. And more companies are using blockchains, implementing the technology. They want to invest in blockchain. Okay. Those here are some examples of companies that they are using blockchain not as a cryptocurrency, more as a way of solve in process, like Adobe Alliance. The Alliance is interesting because it's some claims of cars that they are improving by blockchain. Okay, that is interesting. It's a fact that many companies are using blockchain, so the market is growing. Okay, those are some foundations of blockchain. I'm going to be also very quickly here because also Manuel explained a little bit about it. Is a distributed ledger. There are immutability. Everything is registered. They use cryptography. So in general, some blockchains are decentralized, other not, are distributed. So it's not necessarily 100% decentralization. There are transparency, immutability, traceability, and security, ideas that I said before. Also, banks are trying to implement blockchain. Of course, they need it, I think, because blockchain technology is faster, quicker, and better than what banks are using right now. And other sectors that are interesting: contracts, votes, intellectual property, management of documents, digital identity, and so on. So I'm going to finish talking about a little bit about BACS, blockchain arbitration and commerce society. Okay, if we go back a little bit about the history of the crypto assets, what we can see is, for one side, there are good ideas and good projects and good protocols like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, stable coins, DEX like Uniswap. But at the same time, there are a lot of problems. And I think that what I said before, the traditional economies is also now applying or is converting in the internet jurisdiction. So we have gold, like Bitcoin, we have stable coins, they are like dollar, but also we need more security and more trust. And also we need to apply a new judicial system. And the only way to make this effective is through an arbitration system. Why? Because it fits perfectly. And I think it fits perfectly because internet is a peer-to-peer whatever. We can change information, we can exchange value, but we can exchange justice because arbitration is peer-to-peer. That's the arbitration. We choose the arbitrators, they are going to solve my problem. So it fits perfectly. And okay, I will go back later, but I finished talking about bugs. But the point is that we need effective judicial, the justice must be effective. And the only way to make it effective is through code. So if we have Bitcoin, and Bitcoin are rules, is law, if you don't introduce your law mechanism or justice mechanism, you cannot do anything if you have a problem. In Bitcoin, I think it's really difficult to change the rules of Bitcoin because it's a deflationary token and that's it. So that is their essence. But in other protocols like Ethereum or in other businesses like when you are using NFTs, ICOs, you can introduce, is possible. You can introduce in the code execution of awards. So, and this applies to companies that they are anarchist in some way. Why? Because you need a justice system. And also it applies to states. Because if they want to execute a sentence, they cannot execute if they are not in code. It's impossible. You cannot be forced to give your keys. Sorry, I forgot them. So they are not it's not my wallet anymore. So how do you execute? You need this new way of this system. We have to adapt to the new technology. So that's why, although we are beginning, we have really good members as President of the Tribunal, Mr. Íñigo Coello de Portugal, or another member that is Manuel Barrocas and some other members, and they know about arbitration. So this is the only solution I found there in the market, by the way. So I think this is interesting. But also as an association, what we try to offer is training, because we can use this technology. So it's dangerous a little bit, but we have to practice. And the best way is not knowing the theory. We have to practice, buy and sell Bitcoin, using an exchange, using a DEX, using a MetaMask. I'm going to swap in a DEX, how it works. These kind of things, if we use them, that's why we try to explain in bugs, then you learn, and you, as a company or whatever, you can offer solutions. And okay, yes, so for instance, international payments, they can be made in crypto. It's faster, cheaper, and better, because the technology is better. So this is a small example, but it's true. So I've been talking recently with a person who is a Bitcoiner. He interviewed me because of the book, and he said this idea: why companies are not using Tether, for instance, in international payments? Is better, but they are still using banks, and it's a problem. And I think this is the lack of security. And that's why we are trying in banks to promote this way of doing things using the technology correctly. Okay, I would like to finish with this case, that is the JP Morgan case. The CEO, Jamie Dimon, he said in 2017, Bitcoin is a fraud and it's worse than the tulips, that it was a burst that happened in 2017, no, in the 17th century. And he said 1 year later that, okay, Bitcoin is bad, but the blockchain is good. And in 2019, he launched his own stablecoin. So for me, this is an example of why it's worthy studying this new technology, because sooner or later you came up with an idea. I think so. It's happening. So for me, one of my conclusions is that it's a growing market. We can offer solutions to companies. And I tried to explain the history of cryptocurrencies with how many people like Katie Hon, Quicken Gloves, Christopher Giancarlo, JP Morgan, Elon Musk, United States government, BlackRock, they are not cyberpunks. They are traditional institutions, and they are making this new jurisdiction to grow. So that's what I think that for me, the salvation of the blockchain and cryptocurrencies are traditional institutions. It's weird because the beginning was different, but that's what I think. So this is my email, and the presentation is at your disposal. So if you want to ask for it or wherever, and that's it. Thank you very much.
Passamos agora à segunda intervenção. Chamamos ao palco Íñigo Coelho de Portugal, advogado e árbitro internacional, presidente do Tribunal Arbitral de Bax, consultor do Estado espanhol e professor de Direito Financeiro e Fiscal.
Okay, no, pero yo voy a hablar desde allí. Voy a hablar allí. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Bueno, first of all, I would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce in Lisbon. I would like to thank the Chamber of Commerce in Lisbon for having invited us to speak today about a peer-to-peer legal system. I have to thank particularly Mr. Manuel Barrocas, who is a good friend, an old friend, and one of the greatest arbitrators and lawyers, and not just in Portugal, but throughout Europe. I will speak in English because of the streaming. I want this to be streamed and recorded because I think it is interesting not just for this event, but also for some other events, for other people who could be interested in this and have no time either to come or to be here with us and or to want to see it later. So being it registered, it's interesting for us to to do it in English because we'll have a broader audience. But I will. You must forgive me. I can't speak Portuguese. I wish I would, because of my name and because of I am very fond of Portugal, but I can't. So it's no use for me to try to spoil the Portuguese language, which I understand very well, but I can't speak at all. So de vez en cuando pondré cosas en español, que así se entiende mejor. Creo yo que es un idioma hermano, es un idioma latino, y algunas cosas que se puedan entender mejor o peor, pues las pondré doble, ¿no? Pero mi idea es hacer la presentación pues un poco mixto, entre español y inglés, pero no portuñol porque lo destrozo, eso no puede ser. Bueno, the idea I have is to talk about, if this should work. Here it is. Thank you. It's my fault. About where the legal system is, where it will go, and what has arbitration to do with it, about all this. And the first question is, Manuel, when I have to stop and then begin again, when do you want me to stop for the first time? 60 minutes? Oh, todo seguido. Very well. So we'll finish at 5 o'clock. Okay? Okay. I think this is a key question, because if we have an immense amount of money and efforts invested in crypto assets, call it as you want, Bitcoin, Ethereum, whatever, but we have no legal system, no rulings, no law, no judges, no nothing, what are we doing? Where is the asset? Where are the thieves? Thieves aren't thieves? I mean, in the crypto world, a thief's not a thief? He is a thief. And what do we do with the thieves? Nothing. And that is important to be understood. So let's begin with some, by far, cuestiones lejanas que puedan tener interés para explicar, que es el criptomundo y la terminología críptica. When you approach to crypto assets and things like that, you begin to use acronyms that are difficult to understand. Por ejemplo, es muy difícil entender IA, esto es David, inteligencia artificial, CDBC, which is very important, central banks, ¿cómo era? Es que está mal. Central Banks Digital Coins. No es CBDCs, no es I wrote it incorrectly. MiCA. We do that with the rulings. I mean, instead of saying la directiva o el reglamento de tal y cual, de markets, we call it MiCA because we are in the crypto world. And we call it Genius instead of calling it the stable coins regulation, and we call it so on. So it seems to be a difficult word, full of words that mean nothing. And it is very important to know that we have to attend to what is underneath, al concepto. Hay que mirar qué es el concepto, no qué es el acrónimo, porque debajo del acrónimo puede haber una mentira. We also are in a world of webs. We talk of B2C Direct, CoinDesk, CoinMarketCap, Crypto, Crypto.com, Gemini, Google Fi, etc. Where is the world of the books? We have seen some books, but books come 5 years later, too late. So it's a world of webs, and you must be very aware that it's a changing world. I mean, it can change very, very quickly, and a world of lies. De alguna manera pensado para despistar abogados, porque detrás de todos esos cripto acrónimos se esconden verdades, pero también se esconden mentiras. Por ejemplo, luego David podrá discutir sobre esto, pero inteligencia artificial, ¿qué es eso? I mean, it's nor intelligent nor artificial. We can say that in the end, we're not talking of intelligence, we're talking of copying, and etc. And particularly smart contracts. They are not smart and they are not contracts. They are programs. But they call them smart contracts. So we are always speaking of contracts where there's no contract, or at least no conventional contract, not the usual contract, not the thick contract. There's a piece of code, nothing else, which is binding. But it's not really a contract. It's a contracting program. I mean, it's a ruling that is a code which is a part of any this or that blockchain. Also, we're talking of wallets and exchanges. And this is very important. I find it very important because, I mean, this is a wallet. This is a wallet. What do we put in a wallet? Money. But after the money, many people put checks and letters of exchange, which represent money. And then we put credit cards. And then we put the credit cards in the phones and in the watches. And we try to keep that somewhere else. It is important to know that this is a world where there is a lot of thieves. There are a lot of thieves. And we call them cold wallets. Estos son cold wallets. Es decir, Trezor es una de las marcas. Aquí, electrónicamente, guarda criptoactivos. De aquí va al bolsillo. En el bolsillo están las claves y si te roban el Trezor, te lo roban todo. Esto es Tangem. Cada una de estas representa un activo. Una es de Bitcoin, otra es de Ethereum, la otra no me acuerdo de qué es, pero no hay de una cuarta, porque aquí caben muchos criptoactivos en esta, pero esta es solo uno. Tiene la ventaja de que es indestructible, no se quema, no se rompe, no se puede machacar y puedes llevarla en el bolsillo para que te roben más fácilmente. Entonces, para eso se inventaron las hot wallets, que no son exchanges. So, your keys, or not your keys, porque your keys, your tokens, pero los del mundo, la gente del mundo cripto dice not your keys, not your tokens, que es un modo de decir, te lo he quitado, te aguantas. And that's not what we want. Now, is the difference really who has the keys? I say no. The difference is in who is the owner. I live in the legal world. I do not live in the world of thieves. So, MetaMask, as far as I know, to have assets in MetaMask, you don't need to identify nothing, just your keys, anything, nothing. It is different in the exchanges, and not because that the exchanges are particularly interested in identifying the owners, but because the regulations are mandatory, and they have to state who is the owner with the taxing and the money laundering consequences. So that's also something that must be taken into account. Now, once again, we are talking of the future. No, we are talking of the present. We are talking of what we have, and we have to understand. I have lived. I have been one of those who is traveling in that train. It's not so old. For many years, me and some of you also lived in this world, in the world of paper. And it is gone. So it is important to know that internet has changed society. And therefore, information and desintermediación is a word that is Spanish, and it's no direct translation in English. Change of supply would be the most. So breaking the chains of supply, but desintermediación means no more verticality, but horizontality, where everybody is the king. So the states and the kings are losing the control of commerce, and they are losing, which is worse, the control of money. In other ages, money could be coined. I mean, it was minted. And once minted, it was the kings that had the right to mint, no other. Cities had the right to mint. Authorities had the right to mint. But not everybody had the right to mint. Now, everybody has the right to mint. So we can say that this is something that needs a little bit more time, but money is being decentralized also in terms of authority. Now, what is the real reason why the states are very interested in people not having or not commercing with bitcoins or whatever? I mean, any blockchain token. Because they want a share. They want the fiscal control. I mean, they want, okay, you earned that much, I want my share. And you didn't pay that. That's not fair, because if you do it with money, you pay. But if you do it with blockchains, where's my money? It's not fair. But they have no control of that. And that's the reason why the first reason, if we are clear, of why everything is changing. There is also another reason, which is money laundering, of course. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It is important to know that in these cases, payment is done by consensus. This is the Spanish regulation. You'll find any similar regulation in any civil code in Europe or wherever you go, even to Florida, where they use the civil code. El pago de las deudas en dinero deberá hacerse en la especie pactada. So, if we have agreed that you pay me with bitcoins, you must pay me with bitcoins. That's a Spanish legal ordinary law. Y no siendo posible en la moneda de plata u oro que tenga curso legal en España, which of course is there isn't any. So, en pesetas, antes, en euros, ahora, en lo que venga, después. But it is consensus that determines how I'm going to get paid. It is also important to know that money means also valuating things. And we are playing, when talking of this kind of things, we are playing with the value of things. We are playing with money. You can't play with money because you're talking of the interest of a whole society. There is a public interest in all these things to work properly. But what is important, as I said, is what happens with el control del dinero y la emisión de moneda privatizada. Vamos a ver ahora qué pasa con todo eso y qué pasa con la pérdida del control fiscal y los pagos por consenso. Esto es lo que vamos a seguir viendo ahora dentro de un momento, cuando esto deje de votar. I told you that we somehow are talking of misleading language. There's in Spain, there is in Europe, la directiva 2046 regula el acceso a la actividad de entidades and it says, dinero electrónico, está en vigor, en dinero electrónico y su ejercicio, así como la supervisión cautelar de dichas entidades. Ojo, supervisión cautelar. Esto no deja de ser interesante porque es lo que se hace con los bancos. Que se porten bien porque son de interés público. Y si no se portan bien, cautelarmente les sanciono y luego si quiere que recurra. Esto es el mundo en el que vivimos. Ok. La directiva 2009, perdón, esta es la que está en vigor, la directiva 2009 dice lo mismo, supervisión prudencial en vez de entidades y que modifica todas estas directivas. Esto dio lugar al private money. Es decir, ¿qué es lo que regula el dinero electrónico? Private money. Dice private money, dice dinero, no es dinero. Perdón, me gustaría ir un poco para atrás, pero bueno, ya está. Todo valor monetario almacenado por medios electrónicos que representa un crédito sobre el emisor y se emite al recibo de fondos. Eso no es dinero. Eso es lo que vamos a llamar ahora stablecoin. Pero es que esta ley, esta directiva es del año 9. Y en el año 9 es cuando nació Bitcoin. Entonces, esto que está regulando, nada particular. El uso de este reloj. No es dinero. Pero, ¿qué quiero decir? El regulador no se aclara. Conozco esto muy bien. Yo trabajo en el Consejo de Estado, soy el letrado mayor y les aseguro que el regulador nunca se aclara. Todas las normas que llegan a mi mesa y a cualquier mesa del Consejo de Estado tienen que ser extraordinariamente pulidas. Entonces, aquí pasa igual. Aquí estamos hablando de dinero electrónico en el año 9, cuando no había dinero electrónico, ni stablecoins, ni existía Bitcoin, ni tenían ni idea. Y esto está en vigor. Quiero decir, ojo con las regulaciones, porque a veces inventan la realidad futura, supervisión cautelar y prudencial. Bueno, pues no tanto. Además, y la ley la modificaron en 2011, dice, no se aplicará, lo he puesto muy sencillo, al dinero del Corte Inglés. Quiero decir, yo voy al Corte Inglés, me dan vales del Corte Inglés y con eso voy al Corte Inglés y compro. Eso es dinero en el Corte Inglés, pero fuera no. A menos que yo coja ese dinero y se lo dé a mi vecino para que compre en el Corte Inglés. O sea, que fuera también. El problema es que se comercia peor. La cuestión está en que expresamente está excluido de este ámbito. Y tampoco se aplica a los payments online. Es decir, PayPal, por ejemplo, no le afecta. El efecto que se produce es que esta directiva y esta ley son poco conocidas. Y, lógicamente, no conozco la ley portuguesa, pero estoy seguro de que existe, porque como es una directiva, ha habido que desarrollarla. Se puede mirar en la web, ahora no tengo tiempo, pero si ustedes entran en la web de la Unión Europea, en Eurlex, y buscan esta directiva, la transposición nacional de cada estado figura, y la portuguesa y la polaca estarán. Ok, afecta, por tanto, a la ley de servicios de pago. Y fue modificada con la misma ignorancia por el Real Decreto Ley 19, bueno, eso de la ignorancia en este caso no me extraña, de servicios de pago y otras medidas urgentes en materia financiera. Okay, let's go now to the real world. What do we have here? This is Bolivia some months ago. This is a photograph taken in a market where they are saying Oreo. Those are Oreo. It's a famous cookies. And how do the people pay? With USDT. What's USDT? A token. A stable coin. Dollars. What does this mean? This means that in Bolivia, people don't want to pay with soles, which is the national coin, national currency, and they want to pay with dollars. How do they pay with dollars? Because they have no dollars, using USDT. So this, or those will be CDBCs. So central bank digital coins. Now, this is the evolution. Well, let's say, because I'm talking of stable coins later. This is public euros, so to say. CDBC is a digital coin that has underneath not just euros, but also the authority of the European Central Bank. This is not a stable coin. This is much more than that. We are talking of electronic money. That is electronic money, not what we have been talking before about. So CDBC, there are also CDBC minoristas. As in, okay, should there be a central bank under a token that is issued by a central authority? We're talking of CDBCs. CDBCs means in practice that all the coins you have with you and all the those billetes that you have with you and will be converted into tokens. And that means control. I mean, that means that you're not going to spend as a USDT. Well, in this case, USDT is a bad example because it's no CBDC. It's a USDT. And we are talking acronyms, as I told you. But I put it just as an example of how intensive this can be. This means that you're not going to buy a single cookie without the authorities, the government, to know what are you doing with your money and what you're doing with your life. And that's why I think, the Bank of England has already issued the digital pound and the payments landscape working paper, and they are going to do that sooner or later. But I just wanted to say, please do reflect a little bit about where fundamental rights are under these CDBCs. Because if I use USDTs, it's my problem. I do it because I want. But if I am forced to use CBDCs, then my privacy has gone. Gone. And, I'm not against it, but we must reflect and think about it, because there is nothing in none of the treaties that allows to control in such an intensive way all the European citizens. That's another debate, but we are talking from a legal point of view, and constitutional rights are very important. Now, stablecoins. Stablecoins are coins indexed to coins. So dollar or whatever. What is the business here? Please think about this. Why do people issue stablecoins? The business is very simple. You give me your dollars, I give you a stable coin, but I have your dollars. And with your dollars, I buy public debt. Public debt pays 3%. So I am taking 3% that you could take, but I am taking. And you are using my stable coin, I am using your coin to have a benefit. That's the most, there are many other ways, but this is the simplest way to do it. So who are interested in stable coins? Those who are interested in public debt. This is to say, banks. That's why JP Morgan and friends are, I suppose, interested in that. The stablecoin Terra Luna, the stablecoin Terra Luna is a very good example of how a stablecoin cannot be so stable. Because there was a problem, and I want to use that later, with the code, which was a problem of Luna, that they didn't take into account that if should the stablecoin be attacked by more than 20% of the amount issued, then it could collapse. And that's what they did. And so the legal problem was whether that was fair or not, because those who did the attack said, oh, I just used your code in bad faith, but I used your code. And the others say, oh, just a minute, you did it in bad faith, so give me my money back. Did they give the money back? No. And which jurisdiction? Where do I go to give me what was mine? And you took illegally. And I think it was illegally. No, it was not illegally. So we have something that could be arbitrated, whether it was or not illegally done. And where is good faith? Good faith is a legal concept. It's not a coin-based concept, not a code. So where do I go? To Singapore? Or to the USA? Or to France? Those three countries have begun legal actions. And the three at the same time, for different amounts, with the same coin. This is a mess. Where are we, the lawyers, in all this setting up this new society? We are not there. We must be there. So now let's talk. Manuel talked about this. It'll be quick, therefore, about real world assets. You can see where real world assets are going. Now, what did our grandparents do? They issued, they also had RWAs with the letter of credit, letra de cambio. If you take a letra de cambio, a letter of credit, and how do you move tons of corn from one country to another by not moving the corn, but moving the money with a letter of credit? You get the corn here, you state it here, and you are given the corn there just by presenting the letter of credit, which is accepted and signed, and you get it. You get your corn or your money or your gold or whatever. We are doing the same with tokens, but quicker, with a very sure system, and with a world market, not a little tiny market, through very cheap mechanisms and without banks in the middle. That's all advantages. That's what really, is it really interesting to tokenize tiny questions? Well, it depends on value, but let us suppose that a seat is, we want to coin it, it's no use unless you want to control your inventory. No use. But if you want to move a cargo, a shipment of bitcoins, of seeds or whatever good it is, you can move it through tokens. You can tokenize the value. So in practice, what you tokenize is not the asset, it's its value. And that's what has to be understood. But its value is valuable. And that's why lawyers have something to do with it before the contract is done, when the contract is signed, and after, if there is any asset that has to be discussed. So it's liquidity. In practice, what's interesting, not the bottle of water, but the liquidity of the money under the water. Water can be also an asset and something that is to be. If you want to see how this kind of tokenizations are done, you can find it in Tokenie. This is what our parents did. That's the letter of credit, that there. Why? So are we to tokenize physical assets? Because of the liquidity. We don't really want the asset. We want the money under it. When is something valuable? When it's in the commerce. When you can market with it. You can go to the market. You can sell it. You can buy it. But it's the market underneath that moves any kind of asset. We are talking by the moment, and this grows every year. 1.47 billion USD in 2000. So USD means US dollars, of course. In this year. So no, I'm not sure if it was 25. That must be 24, I think. Anyway, it's the Spanish budget. The consolidated Spanish budget for expenses is less than that. So it's almost 3 times the Spanish budget. It's an amount of money. Now, for another example, intellectual property, where arbitration and thieves and thefts had something to say. Please remember these cassettes. I promise you that I had a lot of music with cassettes, and perhaps some of you too. And I also promise you that I saw the vinyl records, and I still have some CDs, and I used Napster, and all that went and gone. And now the future is in Korea, the ARIA protocol. So you perhaps think that Spotify will never go down. And I promise you that all the things I've said in this life go down, up and down. And we have now another initiative in Korea, which is the ARIA protocol, ARIA Prime, with already a catalog of music of $100 million just in Korea, South Korea. I don't know, North Korea, I don't know, you just steal money, but, as we are going to see. And property rights are very easily managed with this program, because the token is at ease. You can use it. Everybody knows who is hearing what and pay for it. You can see that the idea of this currency in CoinMarketCap as many others, but I just took this example. Now, real estate. This is the as everything in real estate, it moves slowly, but this is where we have here a lot of money now, and a lot of problems, of legal problems. This is how real estate organizations work today. That means it doesn't work. And this is how tokenization of real estate using special purpose vehicles are thought as. But that's not my idea. The idea is that they say that that is impossible, and that you have to use special purpose vehicles if you want to tokenize any real estate asset. No, it's not so. No. Don't go very far. I don't know in Portugal, to tell the truth, I don't know your civil code. I haven't read it, but I know mine. And I know that in Spain, if you want to sell real estate, what you need are two conditions: título y modo. Título means el contrato. El título está constituido por aquella operación en la cual el señor A y el señor B se ponen de acuerdo. Mira, tú me das 1 millón de euros, yo te doy este inmueble. Se acabó. Pagarás los impuestos, pagarás el IVA, pagarás la construcción. Pero bueno, aquí lo que hay es una transacción. Ese es el título. Pero no es tuyo hasta que no esté el modo, que quiere decir que yo te lo entregue. Claro, ¿cómo se entrega normalmente un título? Entregándoselo por medio del notario. Vas al notario, el notario firma y es el modo más habitual de entregar la posesión. Bien, tanto que nos hemos acostumbrado a que o vas al notario o no has comprado. Eso no es verdad. No en España. Si tú haces un contrato en un documento privado o incluso oral, si puedes probarlo, has vendido y tienes obligación de entregar la posesión. Otra cosa es que te lo registre o no el registrador, pero eso es tuyo. Y es tan tuyo que si viene un tercer poseedor, tienes en 1923 para paralizar del Código Civil para parar cualquier acción. Se acabó. Una tercería de dominio. Y se acabó. Se quedan sin nada. Es más, se ha utilizado como contrato, ahora menos, porque cambió el código, durante mucho tiempo para defraudar acreedores. Cuando el acreedor ejecutaba, aparecía un documento privado que decía: yo liquidé esto en la comunidad autónoma, su fecha es fehaciente, hace mucho tiempo, y ese inmueble es mío, con lo cual no se puede ejecutar. Bien, la picaresca es enorme. Lo que quiero decir es, por supuesto que se pueden tokenizar activos inmobiliarios. Lo que pasa es que hay en este mundo dos cosas que lo impiden: los notarios y los registradores de la propiedad. Sobre todo los segundos. Y el segundo, tengan en cuenta que nosotros tuvimos un registrador de la propiedad que fue presidente del gobierno. Entonces es difícil modificar la legislación del registro de la propiedad si el registrador propiedad número 1 es presidente del gobierno. Eso queda diferido. Bueno, pues yo les digo que antes o después se modificará. Porque los intermediarios no pueden ser el problema. What did we always know about Satoshi Nakamoto? We talked a lot about Satoshi Nakamoto. So what does Satoshi Nakamoto say? I don't want financial institutions to control the money. So, as we will see, banking is necessary, banks are not. So that's why Bitcoin was created, in order to not, we don't need the banks. And in the same way, we need public institutions to state who is the owner of any real estate or any flat or any whatever. But we have the catastro inmobiliario. We don't need intermediarios. We can tokenize el catastro. En Portugal también hay catastro inmobiliario. Entonces, cogen el catastro inmobiliario, a cada ficha del catastro se le asigna un token, se negocia el token y adiós. Ese token vale 1 millón, o 2 millones, o lo que se le ponga. Pero ¿para qué me voy a complicar yo la vida con notario, registro de la propiedad? Pero si voy ahí y me lo dice la web. ¿Ustedes han ido al registro mercantil inglés? No, porque no hace falta ir. Vas a la The House of ¿cómo se llama? The House of Companies, y ahí te viene, vamos, sí, vamos, viene todo, con la firma original. ¿Para qué me voy a complicar yo? Sí, todo es tokenizable y esto también. So, as I already told you, la teoría del título y el modo hace. Aquí hay un problema, eso sí, que es la doble venta. Porque, claro, hay mucho pillo. Entonces se lo vendo a uno con el token y a otro con el notario. Se llama estafa. En el Código Civil va por doble venta, ya no va nadie por doble venta porque la doble venta en el juzgado paga costas. Y en cambio, en la vía penal no paga costas. Entonces es más fácil acusarle de criminal que ponerle un pleito. Con lo cual nadie opera con el 1473. Además, la jurisprudencia ha cambiado. Y fácilmente te condenan por estafa, con lo cual, ¿para qué te vas a complicar en vía civil? Pero bueno, eso es otro cuento. Vamos al siguiente. Now, Dios mío, bueno. Okay, it's MiCA. It's a Financial Regulation and Exchanges. MiCA is what we are using, and it's somehow not a consensus, but a problem as a European regulation. So we have a reglamento, ruling of the European Parliament, and that's what's important, not the acronym. What's important is the name. Mercados de criptoactivos. So what is it regulating? Los mercados de criptoactivos. Y está, and this ruling is founded in Article 114 of the Tratado de Funcionamiento, the Working Treaty of the European Union. First of all, it has no se puede aplicar to taxing requirements. And, well, no abarca CNBCs. So CNBCs have their own different and ordinary ruling. And what it means for us is, I'll say it in Spanish because I wrote it I took it from the web in Spanish, requisitos uniformes para la oferta pública y admisión a negociación, para la oferta pública y admisión a negociación en una plataforma de negociación. Punto. Esto es importante, ¿eh? En una plataforma, porque si no están en la plataforma, no están en MiCA. O sea, que la mayoría de los criptoactivos que se pueden emitir no están en MiCA. Entonces, esto hay que regula los exchanges. ¿Por qué? ¿Porque regula los mercados? Sí, pero ¿qué le interesa de los mercados? La fiscalidad, el control de capitales y realmente los mercados, si no, pues la gente que se apañe. Pero ahí lo tenemos. Los exchanges sí están regulados y muy regulados. Y además es bueno, porque ahora lo veremos. Pero el criptoactivo como tal, no. Bueno, vamos a pasar a otra regulación muy conocida, Genius. Genius no es una regulación de las criptomonedas, ni de nada que se le parezca. Es una regulación de los stablecoins. Vamos de nuevo a deshacer el acrónimo. This passed as a law the 18th of July, some months ago. And it says, guiding and establishing national innovation for US stablecoins. They're not regulating all kinds of coins. They're regulating stablecoins. And if you read, it's very long and very difficult to read, Genius, you will see that innovation in this case means regulation of payment stablecoins and for other purposes, which means that there must be a federal qualified payment stablecoin user. That's not a bank, non-bank entity, a foreign payment stablecoin user, and a monetary value. And there is a definition. Digital asset used as a means of payment or settlement, and the issuer of which is obligated to convert, redeem, etc. We have a legal and a very good definition of what a stablecoin is. And we have already stablecoins issued. The first one was issued some days ago. Days means this month of September. The 17th or the 18th. It's a cloud dollar, and it was issued by the Cloud Financial Credit Union stablecoin. This is una cooperativa agraria. Tampoco es un banco internacional, es una cooperativa agraria. Okay, in Spain, with the 2009 law, which we referred to before, los ayuntamientos pueden emitir stablecoins. Entonces, esto es una cosa que creo que va a haber que irle dando una vuelta, porque el stablecoin se puede emitir, pero los litigios sobre los stablecoins no te los van a resolver. I mean, you may have a stablecoin, but if you have to litigate or somehow quarrel about any kind of stablecoin, they're not going to resolve it. There's no ruling for that. We have the ruling, and that's what I want to say now. Another just late thing. This is mainly for David. El futuro ya está aquí. The 16th of this month, today is the 25th, so some days ago, Google advanced intelligent IA payments system to authenticate and validate payments with or by autonomous agents of inteligencia artificial. That's going to be very, very, very important. It's a bomb. I mean, Google doesn't manage tiny businesses. And here, I think it is here, David knows everything about this, I don't, is where the two worlds of intelligence, of artificial intelligence and tokens are going to be, for the first time, really mixed in the real world, because this is the real world. This is not something we can imagine. It can be used as an extension of A2A, and it is payment agnostic framework for users. Take note of it, payment agnostic. Why do they say agnostic? They say agnostic because they need no faith. You don't have to confiar, digamos. It is faith on the one who's paying on receiving the money. This is going to be very interesting. Now, another banking and stock markets. I didn't say that. He said that. Banking is necessary, banks are not. And this is, some 3 or 4 days ago, perhaps a week, Expansión, which is a very important economical journal in Spain, said that Urbas had to hire Deloitte, which is an important consultancy, because they have lost 3.4 of the capital. Well, that's because they don't use tokens. If you have a little, we were talking before this session. I have seen how the USSR collapsed. I have seen communism collapsing, and I never, ever in my youth thought that could be possible. But it happened. But it's much more than that. I have seen how the so-called cajas de ahorro don't exist anymore, and that was heresy. It was a heresy to say such a thing some years ago. Lehman Brothers, too big to fall, etc. So you never know. And they talk in the stock markets of tokenization of valores cotizados. Just a minute. Si están cotizados, ¿para qué los vas a tokenizar? Si ya los tienes tú registrados como anotaciones en cuenta. ¿De qué estás hablando? ¿Es un complejo o qué? Quiero decir, llega un momento que dices, no saben de lo que hablan o están locos. Pero es lo que hay. Entonces, es un contrasentido. But NASDAQ has a proposal for tokenizing securities. That's another thing. We talk of exchanges. We see the B2B is an exchange. There is an exchange. But we don't talk of stock exchanges. Not because they are not stocks what are being in exchange, but because there is no stock market. There is no intermediary. There's no man in the middle. Or the man in the middle is whoever wants to be, any exchange, not the stock exchange, la bolsa de, no, just a minute. No public administration, private administration. That's the difference. That is happening. It's not something that's going to happen. No, it is happening already. And we need certainty. Necesitamos seguridad jurídica para todo eso. Y hay que crearla. Y vamos a ver cómo, porque aquí hay muchos problemas. So, do people want wallets or do governments want wallets? I don't want, no tengo tiempo para dedicarle a esto mucho más. Esto me lo voy a saltar sencillamente. Solamente me interesa la última idea. If you use an exchange, you declare titularity. I mean, you are an ownership. I mean, if you put your tokens into Bit2Me, the first thing you have to do is to send your national identity card, state your incomes, declare your tax number, and so on. You are identified. That's good and bad, but that's civilization, in other words. And so when you centralize in exchanges, you declare your titularity, and that is something important. This is why. Remember, just one case. Ignacio talked of many, I'm talking of one, which is Bybit. We did a session, or you can see online with that link, about this theft. This exchange had everything. It was in Dubai, where they paid no taxes. 10 million users, a world trading tournament, and something that's most disgusting, they were financing the Borussia Dortmund, when they should have financed, of course, the Lisboa or the Oporto. But anyway, Borussia Dortmund, as you know, is a very renowned... Borussia Dortmund es un equipo de fútbol de la competencia alemana. Pero en fin, financiaban al Borussia Dortmund. Bien. This year, not ages ago, this year, on the 21st of February, during an operation with the soft wallet, we say that are hot wallets, but hot wallets use soft wallets to keep the money. So what they do is every day they take what is in the hot wallet in the market, and they put it in a soft wallet where it is safe. Where it's really safe, because there's no internet access in the soft wallet. So during the charge and recharge of this soft wallet to the hot wallet, some not supposed to be, and accused of North Korean hackers, introduced a smart contract, which was no contract, it was a theft, into the code, so that those who manage these operations in a blind way, when pressing click, and putting the money on the hot wallet, in practice, what they did is to order a malicious software that meant losing 40,000 ETHs, Ethereum tokens, which were worth 1,500 million US dollars. Do we need or don't we need lawyers in this world? Who is going to go after these thieves? What are they? How do we manage with this kind of things? Are we going to tolerate such a mess? So that's a question. I must also say that that money, within minutes, in a quarter of an hour, belonged to 3 or 4 different wallets, and then another wallet, and then another one, and they're well, you can search them to trace them in 20, 30, or 40 jurisdictions throughout the world because the theft was widespread. Now, do you need 40 judges, 40 justices, 400 lawyers? Perhaps because of the amount of money, it would be useful. So the problems are this. The first one, the most important one, a comprehension one, which is you must understand that code is law. Code is law. This is the new word. In this new world, code is law. You don't need a smart contract as such, a thick contract as such. No. You have to go to the origins of the program and to see what has been stated by the protocols that created any exchange, really, or much better, any blockchain, to determine which are the rules of the token. Second, there is no universal jurisdiction. We know that very well. Last week, the United Nations organization almost collapsed because the president of one of the 5 nations that has veto in that organization almost declared that, well, I refer you to what happened a week ago in the United Nations organization. So this means there is no universal jurisdiction. Who is the judge that can judge in Korea, here in Portugal? Nobody. Or in Madrid or in Spain, whatever. Nobody. Second, which is the law applicable? Which is the applicable law? Which law? Which is the law of CNPCs? Well, CNPCs is clear, which is but if we just a minute, I want to know. Oh, well, anyway, are judges prepared for these kind of things? Do you know many judges? Are there many judges here who have been learning about CNPCs or ETHs or whatever? Do you know any judge that buys crypto assets? There must be one or two, but I mean, no, really, it's a different world for them. As for many other people, I mean, it's not just. But are we really prepared? Do we have the people who can solve these problems? I don't know. And are the procedures quick enough? I mean, can you imagine that the Barcelona sues the Real Madrid or vice versa, and 10 years later the courts determine who really won the National League last year? Can you imagine such a thing? Well, well, you can say, of course, this happens with everything. Yes, that is true. But that's why arbitration exists. And procedures are slow. And how are you going to execute a decision? I mean, imagine that the judge determines that this was a crime and that the Koreans have to give the money back because they were guilty, or he thinks they were guilty. But how are you going to oblige them to give the money back? And besides, where is the money? And where are the cautionary measures? How can you stop the money to flow? You can't. It's impossible. But it's frequent, and it has a double dimension, civil and penal dimension. This means the word needs arbitration, which is inter partes. I mean, we don't need any authority. We need the code to include an arbitration agreement. That's all we need. You may buy or sell this or that Bitcoin. But if you do it, you agree to the rules of the coin. One of them is arbitration. That's why we created banks. There may be some other arbitrations institutions, but we have what we have. We want to civilize the crypto world, not by centralizing control. The crypto world lives, oh my dear, so excuse me, without, I mean, they don't want to be controlled. They don't want exchange. They don't want governments to be there. But they want order to be there. I mean, it's not controlling. It's giving everything to the one to he's is the owner. And we have to take a look to all these problems. Which is the applicable law, the code law, not the civil code, the code of the coin. Which jurisdiction? The coin's jurisdiction. That gives the jurisdiction to the arbiter. Which speed? I'll show you the speed in a minute. Which execution? Automatic. And which price? Much cheaper. And that is what the last thing I'm going to show you. I think this is very important. Don't look at me, please. Look at the screen. And now I'm going to show you, if I can, the mouse is not moving. Okay. That's it. That's it. No, but show it. Oh my dear. Okay. No, but yes. Would you please take a look to this is an escrow arbitration, which is a simulation that we have done. This is just a simulation. Now, of a decentralized dispute resolution that we have been doing. You can do it on the real mode, or you can do it, which is not completely developed yet, and on the simulation mode. Now, let's imagine that party A, which is an owner or an exchange that has been subject to a theft of $1 billion, has a quarrel and wants to begin an arbitration. Now, the first thing they have to do, this is party A, is to make a deposit. How much? We are counting on using ETH. So let us say that we are paying 100, and they deposit 100, and thus initiates the arbitration. Now, party B, you know that the possibilities are many, because party B may not pay, and then party A should have to pay all the amount of the arbitration and so on, but has to deposit and therefore stake the same amount. That's the deposit. And the deposit was successful. Now, if you go to the balance of party A, you will see that they don't have any more. Sorry, it's difficult to use with this, but anyway. They don't have any more 100. They have already given out 1 ETH, because they now if you go to the arbitrator now, you will see the story. So the first thing is in case 1, which is here. Do you see it? In case 1, party A created case 1 with 100 ETH. Now, party A deposited 100 ETH, and party B joined the case with 100 ETH and deposited 100 ETH. So there are, by the moment, no cases available for arbitration. So I have done something wrong, which is that I didn't refresh. So once refreshed the screen, you see that this is ready for arbitration. It didn't take much, did it? Now, it will take, the time that for the rates and so on that we have already stated. It's in our statutes, which are very short and with a lot of. I can't explain your oral system in a minute, but in 2 minutes perhaps, but not in 1. So now, once it's ready for arbitration, the arbiter can do his deliver his award and say, for example, that party B wins. Party B wins. Are you sure? Are you 3 arbiters sure? Yes, we are. So the 3 sign and they submit the decision. Now, the case, as you can see here, is resolved, and the amount is paid and returned to the one who is, or the arbiter thinks he is, the owner. The money has been, by the moment, the bitcoins were not. Just a minute. There are a lot of things to debate about, but this is. Oh no! Just a minute. Ponme, por favor. This is a machine, I know, and this is automatic, I know, and this is. A ver. Gracias. Obrigado. Perdón. Ok. F5. Mayúsculas F5. No, hombre, no. A ver. No. No, return to the other one.
It's further or
No, mayúsculas F5. No, lo hago yo. A ver, un segundito. Sujeta. No.
let's go first.
Vale. Mayúsculas F5.
This
No,
one.
es que hay que darle a mayúsculas F5. Espera un segundo. No pasa nada. Ok, un segundo. Pues function, isn't it?
Sí.
Oh. Ahora me saca esta. Ya está. Gracias. Okay, so just to finish, this example we've seen already, where the problem of jurisdiction, of legislation, the timing, the cost, and the buyback problem, we solve the buyback problem with a click. That's what we are doing. That's what we pretend. That's what we want. But how? Because we need that the arbitration agreement be in every Bitcoin. How do we do that? Okay. In the existing blockchains, it is impossible to create arbitration, to insert arbitration without modifying the code, because there must be a consensus. So we need a consensus for every blockchain, but arbitration is the new world, because nobody will want in a very short term want to enter into a crypto asset that has not that lives in a world without law. Please take note of this. It is my opinion that we are facing a new Bitcoin, because Bitcoin has no possibility of being subject to arbitration due to this requirement. It's not in the blockchain. But we want a new Bitcoin where law exists, and I am not talking of control. I am not talking of control. I am talking of certainty between parties. I'm talking of thefts. I'm talking of disputes, ordinary disputes. In the end, arbiters, what do arbitrators do? And well, you're doing the ordinary legal profession, determining who's the owner of what and executing the award. That's what we want. And if they don't do it, they can. Okay, you can always live high in the forest, but take your own risk, because people who live in civilization have also limitations. You can't insult. You can't. Okay, many things. Now, it is important to take into account what the exchanges have to do. They already are doing something which is control and so on. I have to finish. So it's the new blockchains. It's in the old blockchains. We have to fork them, and if they don't want to be forked, they will live in so to say blockchain 1.0, because the civilized world of blockchains 2.0 will be born thanks to Brexit. We are introducing judges, arbitrators, justice, fairness in the legal in the blockchain world. This is my proposal. The proposal for Lisbon, the Lisbon Compromise, so to say, because I promised to Manuel. All exchanges must exclude of negotiation voluntarily, not because the state's obliged to, but because the owners have the right to, must exclude of the negotiation of the exchange those blockchains that do not have an arbitration agreement, an execution agreement by the means of a smart contract. Why? Because we don't want to arbitrate between peoples who have no interest in paying taxes or are interested in money laundering. We don't want those guys. They can live in the other world, but not in our one. Second, if we are to take a procedure, the blockchain must be in an exchange. It's the other side of the coin, so to say, the other face of the coin. We don't want to arbitrate the problems of those who are thieves. I mean, thieves have also problems with one another, but they use our guns, not judges. And the third thing is, of course, an arbitrage must be uncetral, not whatever. I mean, I say uncetral because there is no national standard. It could be universal. This is universal, uncetral. But any arbitrator and any arbitration court has a place, el lugar del arbitraje, where the arbitration is being held. And that means refers to the authority, the final authority of a judge. We have selected Madrid. We have no inconvenience in choosing Lisbon or Porto, or wherever. But this new reality means competition between nations, between legal systems. Los ordenamientos jurídicos van a competir. La calidad de los jueces va a competir. No da igual si te anulan todo o no te anulan nada. El orden público, del cual Manuel Barrocas es el que más sabe, el orden público en el arbitraje. Todo el mundo conoce, y si no lo conocen lo tienen que leer, la monografía de Manuel sobre el orden público en el arbitraje. Es un clásico del arbitraje. No puede estar en manos de gente que lo administre mal. Tiene que estar en manos de gente que lo administre bien. Muchas gracias.
Passamos agora para a quarta intervenção desta conferência. Chamamos ao palco David Llorente,
¿Sabes cómo ponerlo?
é investigador especializado em inteligência artificial e fundador e CEO de uma empresa focada na automatização e na geração de conteúdos por meio da IA generativa. Tem prestado serviços para empresas por forma a melhorar a sua produtividade e o lançamento de novos produtos.
Sí. Sorry, can you help us with this? Okay. So first, thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here today. I actually moved to Portugal like 1 month ago. So really happy to see old friends and make new friends and being in this great place. I'm going to try to be very brief, but very short introduction about me and what we do. So I maybe I'm the only non-lawyer in in the room, but I study physics and computer engineering. No? Sure. Okay, now. Yes. Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? Yes? Good? Okay. So as I was saying, maybe I'm the only non-lawyer in the room, or almost. I'm more like an engineer, and basically all my life I enjoy technology, and you know I study computer engineering, and I did research in artificial intelligence more than 20 years ago. So I have seen the whole thing evolving. At the time, I remember we used to train neuronal networks, and we used all the computers from the labs at the university to train them. It took us 6 months, and then the result was really bad. So that was 20 years ago. Fast forward today, AI, I think, is changing the world. I think it is transforming it, and um, it's not only like marketing. It's part of marketing, people use AI word as a marketing, but also it's impacting everything. And like many other changes, you start today and you see the effects in maybe in 1, 2, 3, 4 years. But if you start from just from now, the gap is not going to be 4 years. It's going to be maybe 16 years with the ones that started before you, because there is a process, not only to apply technology, but to apply changes within your organization. Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about AI in law. Even if Narrativa, the company I co-founded and I run, we work mostly with pharma companies, with very big pharma companies. But I had some experiences with law firms. I'm going to tell a very short story. I was like 1 year ago, one very, very big law firm in Madrid. They invited me to talk about AI. I think it was super, super, super expensive meeting because I have 30 lawyers, most of the partners, for 2 hours. So I was just thinking about if I had to pay this as a fee myself, it would just, thinking about all the hours that they will charge me, it will be like astronomical. So this thought led me to think like, if they're willing to spend so much time on something without, of course, getting paid, it's because they are really, really interested on what is coming. My experience was with them is that some of the partners were very concerned about not using AI. Some of the young associates were very excited about using it, but everybody else was very afraid because AI is going to change the law industry, the legal industry. Because the digitalization
it was basically you try to take the physical world, the existing world, and you try to digitalize it. So you will sell shoes instead of from the shop, you will sell it from the online. Yeah, you sell insurance, you sell anything, you know. And of course, we had like a few hours of crypto before and blockchain. So you try to digitalize things. But AI is not an evolution, it's a revolution. And why is that? Because everything we have discussed before and everything we see and we know is all about how can we take everything to the digital world to make it faster, you know, cheaper, and so on. AI comes here to change that because AI is gonna first thing it's gonna do is it could take our jobs, and we think like no, our jobs, you know, AI will take like jobs from the farmers maybe because if they have like tractors that are autonomous, or from I don't know, but suddenly maybe lawyers, maybe doctors, maybe you know they will be not substituted, but some of the things they do are going to be substituted by AI. And this is why it's revolutionizing everything. And this is why we are so afraid. I think we are afraid because obviously we don't want to change the status. But once we understand that doesn't matter what we think, it is here, it's going to change it. If we don't change, somebody else will change. And they will be 4 years before us, you know, and then 14 years, 16 years. Yeah. So also AI, it creates its own economy because the same way that in the old times there were companies, so there are companies that basically digitalize all the laws, you know, and they create a search engine to be able to help lawyers to find the laws or the, you know, what happened in the US, in the, you know, this was one business, but now AI, if you are able to have the data, index the data, train a model to search or to extract information from this data, suddenly you are multiplying your the ability of you as a company to provide services. And what you are providing is not, you are not changing time for money, which is in general not a good idea, but you are exchanging the knowledge that you created with AI for money. So it's a totally new economy. You could license that. So you could offer this service to other law firms. You could offer these services, which again is not a time per money basis. It's more like AI for money. Yeah, it's like a service. The best business in the world today is software, because you are exchanging money for a good or knowledge that you can transmit digitally. So there is no cost to transmit knowledge through the internet, right? So think about this, about if you can change the way that the law firms operate in terms of the why, what is the coin you exchange? What do you sell? Do you sell hours, or you sell knowledge, or you sell outcomes? You know, another very short sentence: institutions are not prepared. This is very clear. I have worked with the Spanish government. I have discussed with other governments. They are not prepared. They still see AI as a marketing, tool to sell or to gain influence, votes, and so on. But they are not really serious about this because obviously institutions don't have to be first always. You know, the institutions need to stay for centuries. You know, but they have to change at a certain point. So I was saying a little bit before, you know, besides all these things, what we need to think is that I'm going to talk now about my world, about the programming. I think we have 9 programmers now only. I never believed that we could do so much with so few developers. But the funny thing, the amazing thing, is that our developers are not developing. They are interacting with the AI. They are asking the copilots or the Coda or whatever systems we use to program for us. So we are not opening a new project, start programming. We have an ecosystem that we build of automatic testing, of data sources, several elements that you need to be able to do that. But then our programmers come, explain in natural language what we want. We provide examples, and we say, this is the input and this is the output, and I want you to program this to execute, to do this repetitively. You go home, the day after you come, and suddenly you see it working. Does it matter how the code is written? Yes, in a way. It could be important that the performance is good, but you could also fine-tune that. But what is important is the outcome. And this is where I want to get. I think, and I have seen it in other regions in the UAE. I have seen it. Law firms might actually start charging based on outcome only, not on the hours you spend, because the math of like, okay, if I have to produce this, I might need 20 hours or 50 hours or 100 hours because I don't know. It changes now because it's more predictable. The law firms can predict how much effort they need to put from their side to produce an outcome. Law firms might not be very happy to do that. I know that because I talk to them, and I also talk to pharma industry that they also charge per hours, the service providers. But they are not the ones that are bringing the change. The ones bringing the change are the customers. The customers start asking questions. Why do I have to pay per hour? I know you use AI. This is what they tell. I know you use AI. Why do you have to charge me per hour? Why don't you charge me a fixed fee? Something that we have experienced in that industry is that our company, Narrativa, I have a colleague here. Basically, what we do is we automate documentation for pharma industry. This documentation, before it was generated by humans, now is automatic. However, because there is a regulation that says that this documentation has to be at least validated by humans, what they do is they go to the service provider and say, I'm not going to pay you what I used to pay you to write this. I'm going to pay you a lot less just to review them. So the pharma company is paying less money, is getting the outcomes much faster and with less mistakes. Again, this is driven by customers. But now I see service providers in the industry saying, okay, I'm going to get paid less for reviewing, but what if I use AI to generate this? It's software. It's the best business model in the world. You click a button and you generate 1 million documents. You don't need so many for a study, for a clinical study, but maybe you need 50,000. You click a button, 10 minutes, you have 50,000 documents. So I see that this is really changing the way things work, and I anticipate that in the legal industry it's going to happen exactly the same. Also, many legal companies might become consultants, so might help companies to adopt technologies to solve some AI, some legal issues they might have, not only in litigation, but maybe just contract drafting and so on. And now coming to arbitration, because I wanted to add something. Something that is clear to me and to everybody in this industry. I remember, by the way, many years ago, it was in Madrid, I think, there was a lawyer that says that jurisdiction or how to say, the laws are always behind technology, and only in central planning governments or institutions happen the opposite. But this is not where we live now. And he says it's normal. The law has to be always after the technology. But this creates a gap, and this creates also an opportunity. One of the problems of adoption of technology is exactly what they have been talking about before, that there is legal uncertainty. So I believe, because we use that, I believe arbitration is really going to help companies to adopt technologies faster, reduce the risk, and again, gain this advantage of 4 years, 10 years, 15 years, And I think it's just necessary, you know. And I think that's it. Well, these are key takeaways. But I think in general, what I've seen is that even if many companies want to adopt AI today, most of the companies are not ready to adopt AI because it's not about a tool. It's more about how you change the workflows, how you change the roles, how do you train people? What do you do with people that say, no, I don't want to use AI. I still like to do things 100% manually. And I remember I discussed once with Íñigo years ago that with the AI arriving, there are only two paths. One is the industrialization, so technology and maybe reviewing, or become an artisan, somebody who does something really difficult that requires strategic thinking and AI shouldn't do, or even cannot do. So I think in the future, the professions, you either need to go into the industrialization part, like building a Ford or Renault, or go to build a Bentley or a Ferrari. These are the two options I see. So I think that's it. I hope you like it. Okay. Yeah.
As intervenções individuais estão concluídas. Vamos agora dar início a uma mesa redonda com a participação de todos os oradores desta conferência e com a moderação do Dr. Manuel Barrocas.
Eso. Sí, sí.
Tengo yo aquí. Este es el tequila, ¿no?
Eso. Verdad.
Just a big
Okay. Have some questions for you. No, thank you. Thank you.
I wanted to, sorry, I wanted to show you something, if you don't mind, that we didn't talk about, and it's out of focus, but I want you to see it. So if you spell who, when, where, what, why.com, which is very simple, who, when, where, what, oh, this is not correctly written. So it's what, why, who, when, where, what, why. And you press click. You will find this journal. This you've got there. Now, this is an online paper with all the international news, national European news. Oh, that's my face. I'll tell you why later. Europe, Spain, and so on. This journal is completely made, automatically made, and fully made for a ridiculous amount of money with Narrativas technology, which David is the president of. All the news are in this electronic journal done completely automatically with means of artificial intelligence using a plugin for WordPress made by Narrativa. No, not the plugin, but the project really. The plugin is bought in the WordPress repository. That's what I wanted to illustrate this for you to see to what extent the artificial intelligence can be efficient with almost no cost. That's what David got.
Es interesante. Bueno, es interesante. Es un caso real,
Sí.
¿no? Interesante.
Well, are we speaking English here in the round table, or that's enough to speak in Spanish or Portuguese? Oh.
I can speak Portuguese.
Because at least some of my questions have some technical language, legal, and I'm not sure if in English is exactly like these, but I will try. So speaking about arbitration on blockchain issues, do you think that, because it's clear that the execution of awards can be made through blockchain, including in a kind of smart contracts inside that is auto-executory or not, or a different system. That's not important now. But the declaratory part of an award is something more complex. Do you think that is possible to introduce it into the code of a blockchain and expect good results on that? I would like to raise questions like, I do not say lex marcatoria because this can be codified in some way or more or less, but thinking about equity, judgments by equity and not by the strict rule. Judgments by or using the way of discover what is the public policy of the international public policy of the law applicable to the case. If the public policy is something not many times concrete, but it depends on the sensitivity about the concept of the legal system and is not a positive law, more or less clear and, let's say, not admitting discussions, interpretation discussion. But the principles of public policy of a country is something depending more from the sensitivity of the interpreter of the law or the judge or the arbitrator than easy conclusions, because it's in the law. That's all. What do you think about arbitration for declaratory matters inside of a blockchain? Can be very difficult, if not tricky, in terms of a good solution.
My wonder is the point of public policy and what is in code. That perhaps you know more about it, but my reflection on the on the code is that it's just a case. For instance, someone wrote me today, and he wants to submit to arbitration and NFTs, something he wants to do with NFTs. So he's asking, I am wondering if I am going to Singapore. Okay, you can go there. it's up to you. But our offer in Bax is that we introduce in your code inside the NFT. So when you are ruling the NFTs, so imagine that they are selling CryptoKitties, no? That is an example of 2017. And there are some rules and they can be some problems, but you have to write there, okay, there is it in crypto terminology is legal oracle, someone who is outside the blockchain who can do something inside the blockchain. So a legal oracle will execute the code. That's possible and that's effective. So that, for me, that's the only solution to have an effective justice mechanism. If not, you can go to Singapore, but what is going to happen there? Nothing. It's impossible to execute the award.
From my point of view, what I think is that, agreeing with that clients, when they receive a sentence, a decision, a legal decision, una sentencia, they read down and they look at the bottom of the decision and see how much is it for me? Did we win? Did we lose? And they don't really care very much about the legal reasoning that is underneath. If that is true in the real world, so to say, in the crypto world, which is also real, it's tremendous. I mean, the first thing with the crypto people is for them to understand that they need to enter into a legal system and have some kind of arbitration regarding to the results. But they don't. It's just kind of the results. They don't really care about what's the reasoning underneath. And I think, but the question is very good anyway. But for example, declaratory awards, which have no practical Bitcoin movement, how are they to be implemented or to be inserted into the code? No, they can't. I mean, what's going to do code is to move Bitcoins because that's what the chain does. Of course, if a property, for example, should be declared, it also has to be moved. So the real problem is execution, not preparation. But yes, Manuel, you're right. I mean, there are many things that we are creating this world. We are creating this code. We are writing this code. We are writing this law. We are creating a new law. And we are solving new problems with old systems. But this is not very different of what the Romans did. I mean, they received the procedimiento formulario, so the formulario. They designed the pretor decided, and everything was enforced in execution. It's not so much different. The difference is the code. I mean, we have to do it in a universal way with electronic systems, but it is the same job. And a very efficient one. But you're right. I mean, we don't know everything. We will have to write not a law, but a digest. I mean, a digest in its sentido de libro liber pandectarum. O sea, de la primera parte de las pandectas, el digesto. O sea, ¿y cómo empieza el digesto? Con tu gran artículo en el fondo. Uses, ars, boni, etc. Entonces, we are going to create something new. We don't know everything about it. We are beginning with it. But the important part is how to move cryptos, how to stop moving cryptos during the procedure, and how to move cryptos after the procedure, and to do that very quickly.
So Ignacio is right when he wrote in his book that the dispute resolution on blockchain issues are more back than everything that can be tokenized, and this maybe not so much. Let's say how tokenize the general principles of a legal system. How tokenize that? Because this could be here in one country, different in another country, different depending on the culture of the people, the religious inspirations or whatever. And how can tokenize or introduce that into a code of blockchain? Let's say for declaratory decisions, not for execution. This is much easier.
I don't think there will be a lot of requests of declaratory decisions in the crypto world. I mean, they don't really care of arbitration, and they won't care of declaratory decisions. What they want is the cryptos back.
Yeah.
Really. But anyway, the question still is there. Yes.
But let's say, anyway, as a system for solving disputes needs to be just, to be in accordance with law, and not just the result and because it's.
We can publish the word. We should publish the word. I know there is a problem with that, which is the condition of any arbitral procedure that is, ¿cómo se dice? Reservado, o sea que no es
Confidencial. Confidencial.
Confidencial, yeah. Entonces, of course, that's a problem. But we can't publish the word. There is an award under that. And there is a reasoning, and there is a why, and there are facts. But there is an execution. I mean, we want to live in the world in which the decisions of the arbitrators are executed. Of course, there must be reason, but we don't want to go to the 101. In Madrid hay un juzgado, que es el 101, y el 101 es el que ejecuta los leyes. No queremos ir al 101. Vamos siempre al 101. 101 que vaya eso, bueno. Yo ejecuto el smart contract y se acabó. El razonamiento que haya detrás, pues que lo impugnan, ¿sí?
Pero en Madrid hay que yo sepa, un tribunal para resolver cuestiones de arbitraje.
Sí, no, pero aparte de, a ver, el Tribunal Superior de Justicia puede resolver, naturalmente.
No, yo hablo sobre primera instancia, no en primer lugar.
Sí.
Hay en Madrid, creo que en la Ciudad de Justicia,
sí.
Un tribunal solo para cuestiones de arbitraje, nulidades arbitrales o impugnaciones.
Un sector del Tribunal Superior de Justicia que se dedica solo a eso, sí. Pero eso es revisión de arbitrajes. Para la ejecución está el juzgado de primera instancia 101. ¿Sí?
No, pero yo no hablo de ejecución de laudos arbitrales, pero de cuestiones de nulidad, de nombramiento de árbitros, aspectos de apoyo al arbitraje por el Poder Judicial, que existe en todos los países, ¿no? Pero en Madrid hay un tribunal solo para cuestiones de arbitraje.
Sí, no recuerdo.
¿Verdad?
Es el TSJ, una sección que dedican a esto. Sí. Estos son 3 jueces, 3 magistrados. Pero a lo que voy, no, en un arbitraje de este tipo no hay problema de designación de árbitros, porque lo designa el código. No hay problema de impugnación del árbitro, no lo va a haber, porque igualmente viene designado por el código. Y el laudo va a estar ejecutado cuando lo quiera impugnar. Por supuesto, lo puede impugnar.
¿Ejecutado por quién?
Por el propio árbitro.
En la blockchain.
Naturalmente.
En la blockchain.
A ver, es indudable que si el arbitraje es anulado, el propio blockchain tiene que dar para atrás a la ejecución.
Sí.
Pero, pues que lo haga, que se vaya tranquilamente al Tribunal Superior de Justicia y que se lo ejecute el Tribunal de Justicia en Corea.
Sí.
No, pues puede. Pero no, vamos, puede, pero como puede igual que ahora. Ahora también puede ir al tribunal, al juzgado de primera instancia, dentro de 5 años habrá audiencia previa, dentro de 7 sentencia, dentro de 10 estará en el Supremo, y luego si lo quiere ejecutar, dentro de 12, pues le devolverán sus bitcoins si no está muerto. O sea, quiere decir que eso son cosas que veo todos los días. O sea, todas las sentencias que me llegan están atrasadas. Nosotros estamos añadiendo al mundo entero, no a España, no a Portugal, al mundo entero un valor que no tiene. Y es que precisamente por incorporar el arbitraje, no por saltarnos a los tribunales, que también, pero por incorporar el arbitraje estamos incorporando a la economía en los pleitos una eficiencia que no tiene. Porque como lo operamos todo con el token se autoejecuta, el smart contract se autoejecuta y si no le gusta, que recurra. Pero en medio, el derecho deja de ser un inconveniente para la economía. Porque claro, el arbitraje, perdóname que me enrollo un poco más, el arbitraje, el habitual, el de siempre, es una mejora siempre sobre los tribunales. Primero, el árbitro conoce mucho mejor el asunto que un juez que le toca porque le toca. Dos, el árbitro solo tiene unos cuantos arbitrajes, no tiene 1.100 juicios como cualquier juez de primera instancia del Tribunal de Madrid. En Madrid los jueces tienen una media de 1.100 asuntos por año. Pues, tres, el procedimiento es infinitamente más rápido y además está diseñado por las partes. Y luego solo tiene el recurso de nulidad. Como tú comprenderás, siempre el arbitraje es más rápido. Pero aún así hay que ejecutarlo y se puede llevar también sus buenos 2 años entre unas cosas y otras. Bien. En este caso no, porque se autoejecuta con código utilizando la tokenización. Por lo tanto, ¿qué estamos introduciendo? No solamente una mejora en el mundo cripto, sino en el mundo real, porque los problemas financieros que estén tokenizados se resolverán de un modo increíblemente más eficiente. Yo creo que si no compran el arbitraje, a pesar de tanta ventaja y un coste tan bajo, pues allá ellos. Pero yo no veo descartado.
Okay. ¿Alguna cuestión?
Boa tarde, chamo-me Luís Tolda, sou advogado e aquilo que eu queria dizer é que penso que deve haver muitos problemas que dentro do mundo das criptomoedas que ninguém conhece. Por exemplo, eu próprio já comprei através da Binance Bitcoins passado algum tempo portanto, a única coisa que eu tenho é no meu telemóvel uma pequena aplicação que vou consultando e há um dia em que consulto e elas desapareceram. Quando ia ao telemóvel ver se tinha subido, se tinha descido, estavam constantemente a pedir a palavra passe, o código, quer dizer, depois também se torna aborrecida. A pessoa quer ir consultar a ver se tem mais dinheiro ou se tem menos dinheiro e tem que estar preocupado em meter a palavra passe, que depois vem pelo número, vem mensagem pelo telemóvel e acaba por não ser muito prático.
Mas isso é o sistema de segurança, não é? Que eles têm.
Certo.
Mas isso acontece com os bancos comerciais normais, as transferências, as ordens de pagamento, que emitem um código para confirmar a operação. Isso é normal hoje em dia.
Por isso, parece-me que quem, ou se calhar até muitos jovens, que já nasceram neste mundo tecnológico e para quem tudo isto é muito fácil e muito prático e muito simples. Mas para pessoas que já têm alguma idade mais, torna-se complicado.
Pois, é um problema cultural e de conhecimento de uma nova realidade tecnológica. Algo mais? Gostava de colocar ao Ignacio a seguinte questão, um pouco provocativa, que é: quem lê tua obra brilhante, debo decirlo, imagina que un día toda a gente trabajará con blockchain, estará blockchainizado, digamos. Pero eso significaría segregar completamente los sistemas legales existentes y todas las reacciones posibles, como tú propio creo que dices en tu libro, porque los políticos que sienten que el mundo que ellos conocen en lo cual están interesados, para lo cual trabajan y trabajan para sí propios también, aprovechando. Y otros, incluyendo también crookers, van de alguna forma torpedear, crear dificultades o blockchain, y es un mundo fantástico, absolutamente perfecto. Yo me interrogo muchas veces diciendo tantos años que han pasado desde que este sistema de la economía real existe, la revolución industrial, la revolución francesa, etcétera, etcétera, y no sabíamos, se dice así, que existía o podría existir ese mundo solo a través de un sistema informático. Claro que fue necesario que la informática existisse, y eso tardó tiempo, ahora es el tiempo de todo eso, pero ¿qué lucha? ¿Cuál es para ti el mejor sistema es un sistema de cooperación entre la economía real y la economía blockchain? Hasta porque ambas son fruto del hombre y para el hombre, ¿no? O antevés que alguien va a definir, ser derrotado o enfraquecido. ¿Cuál era tu opinión?
Sí, a mí lo que me parece es que bueno, que hemos hablado aquí varias veces, ¿no? El nuevo mundo sin justicia, el mundo digital sin mecanismos legales efectivos, pues no puede crecer, ¿no? Porque falta un sustento y eso lo vemos con la cantidad de problemas que hay, ¿no? Y no, la sociedad no puede crecer. Entonces, ¿qué ocurre?
Más alto.
Sí, lo que ocurre es que em, al final es una mezcla el sistema tradicional se tiene que adaptar al nuevo sistema y por eso, cuando yo hablo antes en la presentación, aunque Bitcoin empieza como un movimiento ciberpunky o anárquico, ahora mismo Bitcoin lo soportan muchas entidades tradicionales, que esto es muy paradójico. Entonces, creo que es una mezcla de sistemas, ¿no? Y por lo tanto, bueno, el mundo va a cambiar. Pues yo eso creo por un lado, ¿no? O sea, que no va a ser como algo tan como una guerra, ¿no? Es más, yo creo que bueno, nuestra propuesta como Baxit es algo muy tradicional, que es el arbitraje. Entonces estamos innovando con la tradición, que esto es súper curioso, ¿no? Entonces yo creo que la tradición es lo que va a hacer que realmente este nuevo mundo consiga madurar, ¿no? Eso por un lado. Y por otro lado, creo que o sea, es una realidad que se puede decir que estamos en una jurisdicción que es la jurisdicción de Internet, que es nueva, y como jurisdicción tiene sus características y su crecimiento. Y yo creo que no somos conscientes de que esto va a crecer muchísimo, porque estamos en el inicio, en el inicio total. Pero ¿qué ocurre? Que en la medida que esto vaya expandiéndose y creciendo, sí que vamos a ver cosas nuevas. Pero para mí lo que funciona en el mundo tradicional va a funcionar en esta nueva jurisdicción. Entonces, ¿va a haber justicia como la que pretendemos en Baxit? Sí, va a haber, porque hace falta. Y en el mundo tradicional existe y en el mundo virtual o en la jurisdicción de Internet va a existir. Por eso Bitcoin va a ir bien. No sé si Bitcoin irá bien o no, pero lo que sí que sé es que en una jurisdicción nueva como es Internet hace falta oro digital, ahora es Bitcoin. No hace falta más Bitcoin, solo hace falta uno. Pero hace falta, porque es un nuevo sistema, es una nueva economía. Entonces va a haber por un lado, una convivencia de ambas, pero esto va a crecer. Entonces creo que es lo que ha pasado con la ley de Donald Trump, de stablecoin, que ya hay personas que se están dando cuenta de esto y están ya posicionándose, porque esto crecerá. Y esto es imparable, pero es una mezcla, yo creo que es una mezcla de ambos mundos. Esa es mi impresión.
Muy bien. Íñigo, ¿tienes algo que comentar? ¿No? ¿Alguna cuestión?
Creo que hay que preguntarle a David alguna pregunta, ¿no? Si te parece.
No, perdón.
Yo quiero preguntarle,
Sí.
O sea, yo tengo dos preguntas, ¿vale?
Ah, vale.
Bueno, y responde como quieras, ¿eh? La primera es, bueno, que has hablado de inteligencia artificial y abogados, aquí estamos varios. Entonces, necesitamos un despacho de abogados, por así decir, necesita inteligencia artificial. Si es que sí, ¿cómo la implementamos? Esa es una. Bueno, tú ya me dices. Y la otra es, tenemos a China que quiere, a ver, según el presidente chino, quiere liderar la inteligencia artificial. Tenemos a Donald Trump que quiere liderar la inteligencia artificial y está poniendo millones. Y luego tenemos la Unión Europea que ha regulado la inteligencia artificial y luego la ha desregulado porque la ha parado. La emitieron, pararon. Entonces, también, ¿cuál es tu reflexión de la situación? O sea, de cómo, por así decir, cómo va a ir esta evolución de países, es tan importante para los países, cómo va a acabar Europa, que quiero saber tu opinión. Y luego la otra, la de los abogados,
Sí,
por saber.
si eso empiezo por la segunda, que a mí la geopolítica me encanta. Yo creo que la inteligencia artificial en este momento depende mucho de las inversiones, porque es muy caro entrenar modelos grandes, muy caro. De hecho, veis las inversiones que está habiendo en todo el mundo en realidad, de trillones de dólares. Y también veis que las empresas públicas, digamos, públicas en el término, que están en bolsa, ¿no? Como dicen los americanos, pues las valoraciones están disparadas. Eso quiere decir que es muy intensivo en capital y eso quiere decir, primero, sin más consideraciones, que en las regiones o en los países donde haya mucho capital para este tipo de tecnologías, pues tiene una ventaja clarísima. Y Europa no está ahí por muchos motivos. Entonces, en el mundo te queda Estados Unidos y China. Eh, yo creo que el talento es muy parecido en ambos países, porque sí que es verdad que China son muchos, pero también es verdad que el porcentaje de chinos, eh, digamos, con educación a nivel americano, pues son muy poco, como porcentaje en total no, pero yo creo que debe ser muy parecido al, al capital humano que hay, digamos, en Estados Unidos. Yo creo que la gran diferencia va a estar no en quién va a ganar la carrera, sino en qué carrera vas a ganar. Hay, por ejemplo, en las cuestiones que afectan a la privacidad, reconocimiento de facial, de voz, demás, va a ganar China, porque no tiene ningún problema en cuestiones de privacidad. Estados Unidos y Europa no lo pueden hacer por cuestiones, yo creo que sanas, o por lo menos espero. Y en ese sentido, China va muy por delante. Eh, y yo creo que la otra carrera, que es la más convencional, que es la de los modelos de lenguaje, los modelos de generación de imágenes, de vídeo, todo esto, que afecta mucho a la economía real, creo que solo el ganador va a ser Estados Unidos, porque es una democracia eh, liberal que respeta los derechos y fomenta la innovación. Y la gente aún quiere innovar y quiere hacer cosas importantes en Estados Unidos. Y al final eso es la clave de todo, porque la innovación no viene impuesta por el Estado, nunca,
Mm.
viene impuesta por el afán de querer hacer cosas. Y yo creo que ahí Estados Unidos va a ser el ganador de esa parte de la IA, pero de la parte de la IA que afecta a la privacidad va a ser China sin lugar a dudas. Eh, y luego los despachos de abogados, es que seguramente todos lo usen ya, a lo mejor diciéndoselo o no al jefe, pero todos usan algo para hacer un resumen o para tal. Y yo creo que la adopción no va por cómo adoptar una herramienta, sino cómo cambiar la estructura de la empresa para que la IA pueda ser usada razonablemente y en el beneficio del trabajo, claro.
Well, I think that the AI European Union regulation recently enacted brought interesting things for the protection of citizens, but I'm not sure if it is affected in some way the progress of the AI. What is your opinion?
I was part of a lobby group in Madrid, which was actually led by Facebook, which is funny. So Facebook organized a lobby group in Spain because one of the I don't know if commissioners, but anyway, one of the persons in charge of the influencing this directive was Spanish, and so we were lobbying, but then the interesting thing is that obviously the politicians wants to regulate because this is how they protect their own. But interesting thing is that Facebook wanted to regulate, and Google wants to regulate because when there is disruption, the ones on the top always want to regulate because then they create barriers for the rest. So what I said there is what I wanted to say here. I said to them, everybody was in consensus that there should be regulation. And I said there to them, I agree, and I think a regulation is necessary and there should be some framework, but if the regulation will affect the development of new companies, new technologies, then there should be no regulation. Because obviously I said to Facebook, obviously you are happy with regulation because you are already on the top.
This,
You know, so that, and I think it does affect innovation, but not for all the types of AI. That's a good thing. But this current regulation, it will not allow another company to become the new Facebook, the new Google, the new OpenAI, for sure. But the small companies, we can still work.
I'm not criticizing the usual position of the European Union politicians, like some Americans criticize, saying that one of the reasons why the European Union do not develop so fastly like the United States is because any new matter like AI or other, the European Union, before knowing what is exactly that, they think about how we should regulate that.
Yes. I think it's a problem in my view.
They say regulation comes before the understanding of the
Before the problem.
of the animal.
Yes.
Any other question?
She's picture of this child. You see this very, very fast train. It's and what the USA. Easy. I hate. Yes. You see the bottle water.
Yes, yes. But I think the problem of Europe when it comes to innovation comes from mainly capital. There is not enough money in Europe to invest on innovation. I think European companies outside of the technology, software and so on, they are probably at the same level as Americans or even better. I mean, we have Siemens, we have other companies. But there is no capital in Europe for venture, for technology, software, AI. All the companies I know in my space in Europe end up either for sure raising capital in the US and many of them moving. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that we are not a single market, and we have how many? 20-something languages, 20-something regulations. That is a big, big problem. I've seen it myself. And the third one could be also our lifestyle, because we enjoy. It's true. We have 4 employees in the US. They are a lot more hungry than we are, a lot more ambitious. This is part of the way they are. It's not. I'm not saying it's better or worse. It is how they are.
Yeah.
They want to be the leaders.
So, if you allow us, would like to finish because the chamber should close the building, and you should go with Carmen to Madrid by car. So we finish here. Thank you very much for everybody, particularly for the speakers and for the audience. And thank you very much. Good.
Chegamos ao fim desta conferência. Agradecemos aos oradores pelo seu contributo e a todos os participantes que a nós se juntaram no Salão Nobre da CCIP. Muito obrigada.